महेश, वो सर को टाइम दिए क्या? देने का कोर्ट में है। कौन से कोर्ट में? मन मंदिर वाले। क्या साला है ऑल भी जो लाइव झाला एनएस बंद करा. ओके. पण सर अभी सर आता हे चालूच ठेवायचं का? नाही म्हणजे हो नाही पण आता सध्या गरज नाही ना तो इव्हेंट म्हणजे ते लेट सुरू होणार आहे ना. काही इश्यू नाही ना ठेवलं तर. थँक्यू सर.
पीपीटी मारायचं राहू दे त्याला एडिट करायचं.
ठीक आहे.
राहू दे फोटो पाहिजे. जेवण करून येणार होती मी. हो. काय करते तू? टाइमपास.
अजून काही ट्रॅव्हल करून आलो पण लवकर जाऊन घरी 11:30 लागेल. क्या करत काय पहिले 2 घंटे तो सब बैठे थे बोल के बैठना बोलायचं नंतर काम दिलं. 2 मिनिटात करायचं.
अरे याचा असा फोटो कसा टाकू मी? याचा असा फोटो कसा टाकवायचा? टाक गजव दे तशी छान दिसते ती. कोण आहे ती? तू पण इथं बस आज. नाही मी चालले तिकडे. चला आलं त्यांचे मी करते. मोबाईल घेऊन जायचं.
एवढ्यासाठीच जायचं.
आहे तुझ्या तू बस नाही आहे. बस ना. करू दिलं मला हे. नको बस इथं घेऊन. नाही मला इथे पसंत नाही. कोट मध्ये कधी गेलं असं गेलं. कुठला घेऊ यांचा? हा हो गया. स्पेशल नाही सांगितलंय मला काही येत नाही याच्यामधलं. मला इझी पडेल मग इथं लवकर यायला. मला कळत नाही मला कसं करायचं, तर मग ती वीणा दिदी वगैरे हेल्प लागली तर मला कळता येईल लगेच. वीणा दी ये तीर्थम राव जो है वो टी राव भी है ना, मतलब टी राव वही है ना?
ते घे ना पुढं.
उलटा उलटा कुठलं काय झालं?
राहुल आले तर म्हणून
कळत यायचं इथं या बाईचं
ईशा वैशिष्ट हॅलो अन्नपुरे सारखं नाव काय? अन्नपूर्ण. हो हॅलो अन्नपूर्ण. हाँ ICFOST की तरफ से बात करो. वो ज्वाइन हो रहे ना, हो गया ना बोल सर, इसलिए उसको बोल रहे थे धमकियां मत दे. उसको वो है जानना में क्यों तो अजय को बोलना पूरा तू संभाल, उसको अर्जेंट टपरे पे बेच के हजमे की गोली मंगाओ और उसको खिला दो.
किसको?
अन्नपूर्णा को. बाथरूम में ज्यादा बैठेगा तो टाइप करना मालूम नहीं रहना, पूरे ब्रेक फेल कर देने. वो बोले डॉक्टर ने मेरे को गोली देने से भी रोक रहा है.
कौन बोला सर?
पूरा लाल कलर की पैंट पे लाल कपड़ा देखने से आपकी ट्रेन बोले
मला काहीतरी अजून घाण वाटलं. वो कलर की पैंट पहना के मुझे कर भी दिया तो भी कोई दिखेगा नहीं.
बरं ऐकचा सेशन कधी
दुसरा
हे बघ, यावेळेस जर ती शेअर नाही करू शकली तर तुला
मला नाही करता आता शेअर वेअर, मी पहिल्यांदा करणार करता.
मी करतो, मी तुझ्यासोबत बसेल तर. येतोय का वास?
झालं झालं.
टेस्टी नसेल पण
एवढंच करायचं ना, बाकी काय नाही ना.
डेस्कटॉपवर ठेवलं का?
हो.
ते चालू आहे ना आपलं झूम आणि ते झूम आणि ए बाई झूम आणि ते कोणतं लाईव्ह दोन्ही पण सुरू आहे ना.
हो. सुरू आहे.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. How are you?
Great.
Yeah. Good. So, how everything is going on? Going on well?
Great, sir. Very well.
Good, good.
You can let me know when.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. How are you? So, how everything is going on? Going on well?
You can let me know when.
Sir, you are co-host.
Hello?
Sir, you are co-host now.
Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Sir, you are co-host now. हाँ sir, unmuted.
Shall I start, ma'am?
Hello, anybody from organizers? We are. Hello.
Hello. Sir and ma'am, just give us 5 minutes. Then after 5 minutes, you can start.
After 5 minutes?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Hello. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, you can start your presentation.
So, can I start my presentation directly?
Yes, sir, you can start your presentation.
Okay.
And sir, we did YouTube live also.
Hello? Can you please repeat what did you say now?
Sir, we started YouTube live also, so you can start your presentation now.
Okay. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. So anybody is what you call from the organizers speaking about what you call any about the session, other thing, or directly I can start my presentation?
So you can start your presentation.
Okay then. Okay.
Yes.
Can you see the presentation now? Hello?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
It's visible?
Yes.
Okay, it's fine. Okay. Yeah, good afternoon to everybody. Actually, this particular session is on food additives, dietary supplements, and nutraceuticals. So, actually, there are two lectures in this session. First is from my side. It's on importance of omega-6 and omega-3 fatty acids for health and immunity. The second presentation is from Mrs. Isha Vasish. She is from AP Organics Limited. She is speaking on the gamma oryzanol lavender molecule. So basically, this is what you call this particular session is dedicated for nutraceuticals, as all of us know, particularly in the pandemic scenario. Now today, these particularly these dietary supplements and nutraceuticals, they're playing very big role in creating the immunity, but particularly health and immunity for the people. So in that context, these two lectures are really dedicated for, but particularly first one is on the fatty acids, and second thing is on the gamma oryzanol, which is the component, which is the nutraceutical present in the rice bran oil. Okay, I'm Dr. Radvian Prasad, and I was the former chief scientist and head of Center for Lipid Research from CSR IACT. So I thank the organizers for requesting me to make this the presentation. So basically, the concept of my lecture is on first one is the types of fatty acids I cover in dietary oils and fats. Then the significance of the essential fatty acids and long chain polyunsaturated fatty acids for health and immunity, and metabolic pathways for the conversion of omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids into bioactive lipids, and role of polyunsaturated fatty acids in COVID virus treatment, and a snapshot on dietary guidelines for optimum fatty acid requirement, and how to manage the polyunsaturated fatty acid requirement through dietary oils and fats. So coming to the first, what you call the very, very important thing is, see, all of us, we know that how much actually oil we need to really what you call consume. See, basically is that around 20 to 35% of the total energy we need to provide from the oils and fats, according to WHO or ICMR. That means when we are consuming something like around 2,000 calories of diet, 30% means which is equivalent to around 66 grams of oil and fat. And if somebody takes 1500 calorie diet, it's equivalent to something like 50 grams of what you call oils and fats. But only thing is that this is inclusive of both the visible and invisible fat. One has to be really see what you call the very, very particular about how much fat they want to take. So according to ICMR, invisible fat is around 30 grams, 25 to 30 grams. So everybody must take at least around 30 grams of visible fat. That means purchasing oil and using in the kitchen for cooking things. So, and at the same time, all of us, we are really conscious about the quality of the oils and fats consumed, particularly with respect to the polyunsaturated fatty acids and omega-6 and omega-3. And this particular lecture is really meant for that, to really talk about the importance of these oils and fats. So particularly these oils and fats, they have a lot of clinical significance, like obesity, atherosclerosis, diabetes, fatty liver, lipid storage diseases, increases the cholesterol, cardiovascular related problem, and so many like that. No, there are so many issues are really what you call lingering around lipids and oils and fats. So that is the reason one has to be very, very careful about the consumption of oils and fats. To give a snapshot of what you call the fatty acids, whatever we consume every day in the form of oils and fats, they are saturated, monounsaturated, polyunsaturated. So all of us we know. So saturated fatty acids are basically they're present in animal fats and also typical plant fats like cocoa butter, which contains 16, 0 and 8. There is a palmitic and stearic acid up to around 60%. And coconut oil, the saturated fatty acid content is around 90% plus. Similarly, palm oil is around 45%. So all of us we know that the saturated fatty acid, they raises blood cholesterol and raises LDL cholesterol, which is called as bad cholesterol. And monounsaturated fatty acids, rich oils are olive, canola, groundnut, rice bran, mustard oils. They lower the blood cholesterol, particularly LDL. So then polyunsaturated, most important thing is the couple of fatty acids which are called as linoleic acid, which is 18 with 3 double bonds, and linolenic acid, 18 with 3 double bonds. These two are known as essential fatty acids because body cannot synthesize. We need to supply through our blood, our particularly food. So linoleic acid is present mostly in safflower, sunflower, soybean, corn oils, and they are rich oils which may contain 50% plus. Like linolenic acid, we get very, very few oils, only soybean, mustard oils, which are not preferred by universally. So only particularly some regions people they consume it. So and flaxseed and chia seed, which contain 50% plus of oils. So that is the reason these two are the very, very rich oils. And one more polyunsaturated fatty acid, which is significant biologically today, is the gamma linolenic acid. Again, this is a omega-6 fatty acid, we call it as. So this is 18 with 3 double bonds. And similarly, long chain polyunsaturated fatty acids, which are not present in the plants. So basically, arachidonic acid, 20 with 4 double bonds, is present in poultry, meat, fish, egg, and algal oils. And similarly, EPA, eicosapentaenoic acid, in fish and algal oils, docosahexaenoic acid, it's fish and algal oils. See, when you look at all these fatty acids are very, very important, but biologically, particularly metabolic process, is polyunsaturated fatty acids, particularly omega-6, omega-3, they play very, very crucial role. So when you look at the structure very casually, because some people, they may have some doubts, what is omega-6, what is omega-3. The first one is linoleic acid. So where when you really take from the other side of the carbon chain, at 6 position, the double bond start. That's the reason we call it as a omega-6 fatty acid. This is one of the basic polyunsaturated fatty acid, which is essential fatty acid. The second essential fatty acid is alpha linolenic acid, which is omega-3. That means from the other side, at third bond, the double bond starts. So one more important fatty acid, gamma linolenic acid, even though it's not very popular, but it's becoming very good nutraceutical nowadays. And it is a omega-6 fatty acid with 3 double bonds. The difference between alpha linolenic acid, gamma linolenic acid is the double bond starts from 9 for ALA, for 6, it starts at 6 for GLA, but both are 3 double bonds. And arachidonic acid, again, mostly present in animal sources, which is 4 double bonds it contains. Again, it's omega-6. So this particular fatty acid also today, it has a lot of significance for several diseases today. And eicosapentaenoic acid, 20 with 5 double bonds, and docosahexaenoic acid, which is popularly known as DHA, this is 22 with 6 double bonds. So these particular 6 fatty acids, they really play a very, very critical role in our daily life. By chance, somebody doesn't consume all these things, I don't know what happens to them, to their health and to their brain. So that is the reason these particular fatty acids nowadays, they are becoming so popular as nutraceuticals and also like dietary supplements. So particularly the importance of essential fatty acids, when you look at, already I told you, body needs these essential fatty acids because they are involved in several basic functions, including production of various bioactive lipids. As they are not really what we call present their body cannot synthesize, we need to really supply through food. So particularly this deficiency of essential fatty acids may cause cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, cancer, age-related functional decline and retarded growth in children, reduced fertility, pathogenic changes in the skin, etc. There are several issues will be there if somebody doesn't really want to take essential fatty acids. So, and out of essential fatty acids, in omega-6 and omega-3 fatty acids are physiological and metabolically they're distinct. And human can synthesize long-chain polyunsaturated fatty acids from LA and ALA. But the thing is, we need to really supply LA and ALA. Then body can synthesize arachidonic acid, icosapentaenoic acid, docosahexaene with some limitations. So particularly these are the these long-chain polyunsaturated fatty acids. They are very good metabolic precursors for prostaglandins, thromboxans, leukotrienes, lipoxins, resolvins, like that. These are all very, very key precursors for several biological process. So with this background, when you really look at whatever the oils we consume regularly, the first two I shown in green color, coconut palm, they contain they are the saturated fatty acid rich, 92% coconut oil, 50% palm oil. The next three, olive, groundnut, rice bran, which are shown in pink color, they are rich in monounsaturated fatty acid like 70, 50, 45. Then after that, sesame, sunflower, safflower, cottonseed, corn, they are rich in omega-6 fatty acid. So they are zero in omega-3 fatty acid. That let us remember that one. Then even corn oil also is rich in omega-6 fatty acid. Very little omega-3 is there. And coming to soybean mustard, so it contains around 8% of omega-3, 9% of mustard, let's say mustard oil, 9% of omega-3. Whereas soybean is rich in omega-6, whereas mustard oil is rich in monounsaturated fatty acid, particularly erucic acid, which is the double bond at particularly it's a long-chain fatty acid, C22, erucic acid, double bond at 13th position. Then linseed oil and chia seed oil, already I told you, is rich in omega-3 fatty acid with 55 and 60%. And even walnut oil contains around 18% of omega-3 fat. That's the reason one can really consume every day a couple of walnuts to get the omega-3 fatty acid. And leafy vegetables, the oil content is very, very low. But interestingly, most of the leafy vegetables, they contain omega-3 fatty acid 50 to 60%. So with this background, when you really look at the common oils, they do not contain omega-3 fatty acid. Only soybean, mustard oil they contain. See, but at the same time, we need to really provide omega-3 fatty acid for the body. So then what to really do in my next slides, I will tell you. So already I told you in mammalian system, omega-3 long-chain polyunsaturated fatty acids, which are like EPA, DHA, they are biosynthesized from alpha-linoleic acid, and omega-6 long-chain fatty acid, that is arachidonic acid, synthesized from linoleic acid. So using an array of desaturations and elongated enzymes. So this particularly conversion process, LA to EPA, DHA, is not so efficient compared to LA to arachidonic acid. So because particularly this omega-6 fatty acid competes with the omega-3 fatty acid for the same enzymes, and in case we consume more of omega-6 fatty acid, so it may not get beneficial effects of the omega-3 even though you're consuming it. So in vast majority of individuals, level of metabolic conversion is very low for alpha-linoleic acid to EPA and DHA. So, and also EPA and DHA may not form in sufficient quantities due to old age and also lack of required enzyme, etc. So that is the reason one should really supplement this long-chain polyunsaturated fatty acid, EPA, DHA, and AA, which is very, very necessary for maintaining the good health. So I don't want to really explain everything. Only thing is I would like to really tell you the metabolic process when you really look at omega-6 fatty acid, that means linoleic acid, is converted into arachidonic acid. Finally, it converted into docosahexaene acid. And similarly, omega-3 fatty acid, that alpha-linoleic acid, is converted into EPA and also DHA. So these EPA, DHA, and EAA, you can see that there are several components. They're very, very active components like prostaglandin, thromboxans, leukotrienes, lipoxins, resolvins. So imagine when you don't consume omega-3 sufficiently, and several components will not get prepared in the body. So then we'll have a lot of issues. That is the reason one has to be very, very cautious about the consumption of omega-3 fatty acid every day. How much we have to take, I'll tell you in the next slides. So the importance of particularly these, globally, the omega-3 fatty acid market in 2019 was about $4 billion US, and also anticipated to reach about $9 billion US by 2026. See, major applications today, omega-3 fatty acids are infant formulas, in pharmaceuticals, and clinical nutrition, food and beverages, dietary supplements, pet products like that. No, there are several applications. Particularly, you see DHA is being used like anything. Omega-3 fatty acids, they protect against age-related the molecular degeneration of eye and cellular aging. And omega-3s help to lower the harmful fats and raise healthy HDL cholesterol and heart health and prevents fatty liver formation. Omega-3s are cardioprotective through their anti-inflammatory, lipid lowering, anti-hypertensive, like that. No, there are several applications out there. See, coming to the importance of this, the EPA, DHA, and arachidonic acid. Already I told you, EPA, DHA, and arachidonic acid, they are the vital building blocks for cell membranes and useful for brain and nervous systems. Much of the human brain is made of DHA, and they're required for human productive hormone production and protect immune system and healthy vision, brain development and function, healthy cell growth. And particularly all of us, we know that DHA is very, very crucial for brain and vision development in the growing baby during pregnancy and also breastfeeding. That's the reason the moment a woman becomes pregnant, people nowadays, doctor, they started giving DHA. Particularly the last trimester of the pregnancy is a critical period for the accumulation of DHA in the brain and retina of the kid. So preterm infants, they fed the formulations with the DHA because they are not developed properly. They're regular, they're several things, several organs. So they significantly improve the measures of visual functions compared to preterm infants feed DHA-free formulas. So increase in intake of EPA and DHA, they decrease the occurrence and progression of the mammary, prostate, and intestinal tumors. So that's the reason these EPA, DHA are very, very important. And DHA and EPA are potent anti-inflammatories, and these levels may be beneficial to diabetic patients, especially those who with elevated serum triglycerides with respect to risk of CHD. Higher concentration of arachidonic acid in muscle tissue may be correlated with the improved insulin sensitivity. When you look at all these things, if somebody doesn't really take the appropriate, what you call omega-3 fatty acids, either alpha-linoleic acid or DHA, imagine what sort of situation will really happen to the health of the people. So when you're really coming to what you call the arachidonic acid, it generates, see this particular thing, couple of slides, I'd like to really complete it by showing a couple of slides on the link of what you call the polyunsaturated fatty acid with the COVID. Today, it's people are really looking at immunity, and people are really looking at how to really what you call overcome the problem of the COVID. So recently, off late, a lot of publications are coming. So these publications, I tried to compile some of these ideas for the last 3-4 years. So particularly arachidonic acid, they generates pro-inflammatory metabolites, PGE2 leukotrienes, and anti-inflammatory lipoxin A4. So that is both pro-inflammatory and anti-inflammatory. And resolvins and protectins and marasins, they derive from EP and DHA, facilitate the generation of M1, which are pro-inflammatory, and M2 anti-inflammatory macrophages. Imagine if you don't have EP and DHA, these M1 and M2 macrophages, they will not really form in the body. So these macrophages, along with other immune cells like T cells, they release arachidonic acid and other bioactive lipids in the lungs and inactivate the microbes. So particularly the arachidonic acid and the other bioactive lipids, they inactivate the microbes. So you see the interlinking. Arachidonic acid is important, EP and DHA are important. So human cells exposed to coronavirus, they release large amounts of omega-6 fatty acids by the activation of phospholipase A2, and these inactivate the virus. See, particularly whenever somebody has the coronavirus, so by the activation of phospholipase A2, the linoleic acid and arachidonic acid, they really what to call this particular virus release, and they inactivate the virus also. And so use of this polyunsaturated fatty acid may result in the formation of pro and anti-inflammatory cytokines and bioactive lipids in an orderly and cohesive fashion to inactivate the envelope viruses, including the COVID virus and SARS, influenza, and chikungunya, dengue, and Zika, etc. So that means this particularly the omega-3 fatty acids, they play a very, very crucial role in really preventing and protecting from the different types of viruses. And also sepsis, that is similar to serious COVID infection, seem to be associated with the deficiency of polyunsaturated fatty acid, and it enhances higher degree of mortality is observed in COVID patients with comorbidities like diabetes, hypertension, and COVID, CVD, and can also be attributed to the deficiency in these polyunsaturated fatty acids like the GLA, DGLA, and arachidonic acid, ALA, DPA, and DHA. So that is the reason, particularly those who are really suffering from any lifetime diseases, they must really consume all these fatty acids. So surprisingly, we are observing that children are less susceptible to COVID infection because they have higher capacity to generate the polyunsaturated fatty acids in their body. So that is the reason the particular PFAS, already I told you, they converted into the beneficial resolvents, protectants, and maricins to fight against COVID. That is the reason children are really lucky because of the high content of PFAS in their body. They're able to really fight with COVID. And therefore, it is suggested that deficiency of gamma linoleic acid, arachidonic acid, EPA, and DHA, they may predispose an individual to be susceptible to COVID-19. That is, one has to be very, very careful. There are several publications. I quoted a couple of publications here. And also one more thing, finally, I would like to really tell is this is a very new invention. Incidentally, I'm also part of this particular invention. So this is called as Irritable, which is nasal and oral spray. It's a product based on Polony. It's a USA company manufacturing marketing in India with the collaboration of Strassenberg Pharmaceutical, which is from Calcutta. So there are generally, all of us, we know that there are two main routes of infection of SARS, particularly this COVID, or inhalation through the mouth and nose. So that is the reason this Irritable is available in a combination of nasal and mouth sprays. So what they suggest is to spray once in 4 hours to safeguard whenever whoever is really going out. This nasal spray and the mouth spray, if one can really spray into their nose and into their mouth, so daily 4 times when they're moving out, it really protects from the coronavirus. So it's a completely, particularly upper respiratory tract protection it provides, and there are no adverse effects when used as directed, and also safe for long-term use. See, when you go to the principle of this, see particularly our RNA structure, the folded virus, when the fatty acid comes and attacks here, it gets destroyed and spontaneously. So that's how in this particular the formulation. So generally these fatty acids, they work like detergents and they inactivate all types of viruses. So this Irritable is a linoleic acid based and patented and proprietary formulation, and the active ingredient is linoleic acid. And these formulations and also active ingredient were successfully tested at United Nations affiliated BSL-3 lab, showing complete virucidal activity. They tested on the live coronavirus, and they have seen that 1/600 milligrams of the linoleic acid would be able to destroy the antivirus, very, very effectively. So, and I think this is my last slide. So basically, when with this background, now one should get a doubt that how much we need to really consume these fatty acids. The saturated fatty acid, which is considered less than 10% of our energy, polyunsaturated fatty acid 6 to 11% of energy, and monounsaturated fatty acid 10 to 15% of energy. I think we need not really worry about all these things. Straight away, you can come to saturated. Whenever you consume any oil, the oil should contain saturated fatty acid between 28 to 33%, monounsaturated fatty acid 33 to 44%, polyunsaturated fatty acid 28 to 33%. So according to WHO and also ICMR, what people are suggesting is we must really reduce the saturated fatty acid with PUFA, particularly with PUFA. So instead of 28 to 33%, if one can take 15-20%, that will be really excellent. So then PUFA will be more advantageous compared to MUFA. That's what the WHO and ICMR they suggest. So that means one has to be very cautious about when you're really consuming the oils. See that particularly polyunsaturated fatty acid, so it must be really present. See, and also most important thing is the omega-3, omega-6 ratio. See, most of us we consume plenty of omega-6 fatty acid. I showed you a table sometime back. So every oil contains omega-6 fatty acid, but not enough omega-3 fatty acid. So due to this low content of ALA and high content of LA, In common edible oils, this omega-6, omega-3 ratio is quite high. A very high ratio promote the pathogenesis of many diseases, including cardiovascular diseases, cancer, and inflammatory and autoimmune disease. That is the reason we need to really take some omega-3 every day. So how to really take it? Increase levels of omega-3 PUFA may lower the incidence of many chronic diseases. So without really going into all the details, one should remember that every day they must try to take 1 gram per day of alpha-linoleic acid and 0.25 to 0.5 gram per day of DHA and EPA. So if somebody has a secondary prevention of CHD, doctors recommend up to 2 grams per day of EPA and DHA. I think this is my last slide. So other than soybean, and no single oil has the optimum omega-6, omega-3, already I told you. Hence, it is necessary to take combination of oils to meet the recommendation guidelines of fatty acid. So most important thing is you have to include the appropriate amount of alpha-linoleic acid. Rich oils like linseed oil, chia seed oil, in any edible oil up to 5%. Now FSSAI is approving in the blended oils, one can really add either linseed or chia up to 5% to provide at least 1 to 2 grams of ALA per serving. Alternatively, every day, let us consume 5 to 10 grams of flaxseed or chia seed. These two seeds contains around 40% of oil with 50 to 60% of ALA in powdered form to get 1 to 2 grams of omega-3 fatty acid, or directly take any oil equal to minimum 1 grams of ALA. Okay. So walnut oil contains omega-3 oil, which contains around omega-3 in that oil, 50% of oil with 18% ALA. So every day, if one can consume a couple of walnuts, at least they can get around half a gram of ALA. So, and also nowadays, so many companies are selling EPA, DHA, particularly fish. And somebody is not interested in fish, algal oils are there. So one can really choose 250 to 500 milligrams of EPA and DHA combinedly. You should have 250 to 500 grams. So if one can really take care, the particularly omega-3 fatty acid, they can really avoid several diseases, and also they can come out, they can increase their health and immunity. I think, thank you. I'm sorry I've taken some 3-4 minutes more. I think the next lecture is now Mrs. Isha Vashisht. She is the Vice President of AP Organics Limited, Dhuri, Punjab. So she is a postgraduate diploma. She has postgraduate diploma in Applied Nutrition and Sciences, and from NMIMS Mumbai. And she has over 15 years of experience in food industry. And she has got 4 awards from the AP Organics. And she has given 500 plus talks in the conferences. And she has a lot of expertise in gum original because she's trying to propagate gum original like anything now. She's very active in several social medias like Twitter or Quora or something like that. And also her passion to really propagate myths and facts on the cooking oil. And also, incidentally, I must tell a couple of things here. So the company she is representing, AP Organics, it's a very, very well-known company for the production of rice bran oil. They're producing more than 600 tons per day. So incidentally, my group from ICT, we have provided them the rice bran oil enzymatic decay technology. At least I feel so happy. They must have processed so far more than 1 million tons of oil with our technology. And again, incidentally, 4-5 years back, my group from CSR ICT, we have provided the Gamma original technology to them. And today, this is the only one company which is producing the Gamma original about 100 kilos per day. And also today, I think she will be telling all those things. And this particularly Gamma original available in even in Amazon, Flipkart, like that. So this is definitely a wonderful molecule. I think let us listen now, Isha now. Over to Isha.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And your lecture was really, really insightful. And here I was looking for that somebody from organizers would come and introduce you to all of us, because I would like to tell the entire audience who is listening to us through YouTube and through Zoom that we have listened from someone who is former chief scientist and head center of lipid research, CSIR, IICT Hyderabad. He's a PhD. He's having 40 years of experience on lipid research. 20 students has done PhD under him. He's like, he has written so many research papers, so many books, and he is someone, and we should feel proud that we have listened to such a great personality. So I'm very much annoyed with the organizer that why they have not introduced Dr. Prasad first, and he started like this. And thank you so much, sir, for introducing me. Though my profile is just 1% of yours, but you highlighted is like in a very good manner. Thank you so much for that. So as Dr. Prasad has said that we have a product which is gamma oryzanol, and I'm very passionate about it because I can see that people can have a disease-free life if they start using this product. Don't believe me? Then I'll let you know how. I am a dietitian. Basically, I am an MBA from NMIMS Mumbai, but this product made me a dietitian. And this product is a nutraceutical, a natural product, and we have heard a lot about nutraceuticals and natural products in COVID times. Especially, we tried to unlock the potential of tulsi, neem, haldi, cinnamon, and so on. But there is one natural product which made me a dietitian, and that natural product is none other than gamma oryzanol. Gamma oryzanol is a naturally occurring component in rice bran. It consists of a mixture of ferulic acid, esters, and tryptophan alcohols. In 1954, it was first extracted in isolated form in Japan. Two scientists of Japan, they isolated it for the very first time. Thereon, a lot of countries accepted it as a nutraceutical, as a health supplement, as a dietary supplement, as a sports supplement, as a medicine. To be precise, it is present in more than 70 countries. From cholesterol to sugar to hypertension to osteoporosis to thyroid, liver troubles, gastric troubles, skin, hair, eyes. It has multiple scientifically proven benefits. I would like to tell you that some developed countries like America, they have listed gamma oryzanol under MESH drugs database as a medicine to treat peptic ulcer, as a medicine to treat hypolipidemic agent. It is hypolipidemic agent registered under MESH drugs database in America. Even US FDA has listed it as a unique ingredient for supplementing diet of humans. It is an approved and listed natural health product in Canada. It is a listed active ingredient to be used in medicines in Australia. The country which started it, Japan, it is selling it as an anti-anxiety drug from the year 1962. And later on, for further benefits, from the year 1986, it is registered as for the treatment of hyperlipidemia, for lowering elevated cholesterol levels in Japan. And it is not only being registered, it is being sold at premium prices in these countries. You can see there are various brands of gamma oryzanol which are being sold in America, Canada, UK, Brazil at such a high prices in the range of 2,800 to 5,000. The good news to share is even Government of India has recognized it as a nutraceutical by the notification in the year 2016. And as Dr. Prasad has already told you that we are the only producers of this unique product in isolated form, that is gamma oryzanol. It is available for the first time in India with the efforts of our company, with the efforts of AP Organics Limited, Dhuri. AP Organics Limited is the first and only manufacturer of isolated gamma oryzanol in India. The company which is known to you as world's largest producer of rice bran oil, India's highest exporter of rice bran oil, and winner of national and international awards. I would also like to share that we are BRC, HACCP, Halal, Kosher, US FDA certified and audited company. We had launched rice bran oil also for the first time in the country under the brand name Ricella. And since 1992, when this company was started, our chairman, Dr. Sharma, had this vision in mind that rice bran, which consists of so many value-added products, we should work towards unlocking those value-added products for the people of this country. Dr. Sharma, he had this vision that rice bran, which consists of phytonutrients like oryzanol, tocopherols, tocotrienols, polycasnols, octocasnols, and so much more, Japan, which is producing just 2% of paddy of the world, is extracting all these value-added products from rice bran, and we should also work towards that direction. And oryzanol is our first step towards that direction. Even Government of India helped us. The project is being funded by BIRAC Government of India. There is a huge support from great scientists of NIN Hyderabad. It gives me immense pleasure, and I'm very proud to share with you all that the entire project was being supervised, was being executed at NIN Hyderabad, and it was done under the able leadership of Dr. R.V.N. Prasad. They have conducted safety studies, efficacy studies of gamma-oryzanol at ICMR NIN Hyderabad, and they have found that these studies have found that oryzanol supplementation resulted in increasing HDL, reducing LDL, and reducing triglycerides. They have wrote that oryzanol can be used as a precise component for hypercholesterolemia and to prevent diabetic complications. There are numerous studies on various health benefits of gamma-oryzanol. Let us start with heart first. Gamma-oryzanol is very beneficial for human heart because it helps in reducing cholesterol levels. There are a lot of scientific studies which claim that gamma-oryzanol, it reduces triglyceride, reduces LDL cholesterol, and it is a potential lipid-lowering agent. Studies also show that the efficacy of gamma-oryzanol in lowering cholesterol is equivalent to statin. Statin is a pharmaceutical drug for lowering cholesterol, and it has multiple side effects like muscle damage, memory loss, and even diabetes. Gamma-oryzanol can replace statin without any side effects, and it can lower LDL cholesterol, lower triglyceride. It reduces cholesterol absorption in the body. This benefit of gamma-oryzanol is indisputable because USA has listed it as an hypolipidemic agent. In the year 1986, even Japan has listed it under KEGG drug database as an agent to reduce elevated cholesterol levels. Even on October 2020, Government of India has also issued a notification where it said that oryzanol has antioxidant property and it reduces high blood cholesterol. And do you know who is educating people about this benefit of gamma-oryzanol? Dr. Prasad very humbly said that Isha Vashishti is educating people on gamma-oryzanol, but it's not me, it's renowned doctors of India. They are coming forward and educating people on health benefits of gamma-oryzanol. I have my deep-hearted regard for medical fraternity who is coming forward and educating people on this unique product for having people a healthy and a disease-free life. I would like to take your permission to talk about a doctor whose article was read by me on 13th Feb 2021, which was published in The Tribune. The doctor is Padma Shri Dr. Praveen Chandra, who is head of Department Interventional Cardiology, Medanta Hospital, Gurugram, and this was said by him about gamma-oryzanol. I would like to read it out in front of you. He said that gamma-oryzanol reduces bad cholesterol, increases good cholesterol. It helps in preventing heart attack by preventing platelet aggregation. You can check on Google as well and you will find his complete article. Not only him, Dr. Swapna Chaturvedi, an AIMS doctor, she is senior dietitian at AIMS. She has also recommended people to use gamma-oryzanol supplement in daily diet to manage cholesterol levels for supporting cardiovascular health and also for boosting metabolism. I have done an event on World Heart Day, which was conducted on 29th September 2021. I think more than 10 lakh people have watched this event where these 4 renowned doctors came and they had said, they have spoken about gamma-oryzanol, that how it can help combat risk factors pertaining to heart diseases. So we have spoken about 5 risk factors of heart diseases, and gamma-oryzanol is helping in every risk factor. Another big problem in front of our country which leads to heart diseases also, and that is diabetes. India is becoming the global capital of diabetes, and there are various studies which say that gamma oryzanol supplementation may improve metabolic dysfunction such as hyperglycemia, hypercholesterolemia, hypertriglyceridemia, insulin resistant, and may alleviate diabetes complication resulting from lipid peroxidation and free radical damage. You can search on Google also, you'll find that gamma oryzanol has anti-diabetic properties. It reduces insulin resistance, increasing insulin sensitivity, and thereby it will be a blessing for patients who are suffering from especially type 2 diabetes. And there are a lot of news also about it. Dr. Charu Dubey, who is HOD, Nutrition and Dietetics, Max Super Specialty Hospitals, she has also said that gamma oryzanol is a natural antioxidant which is useful for controlling elevated sugar levels, boosting metabolic rate, maintaining cholesterol, and may also help in weight loss. Even on my channel, you can see a video of Dr. Nabujit Talukar, who is super specialist cardiologist. He has spoken about this very benefit of gamma oryzanol. Neurological disorders is again a challenge for our country. There are a number of scientific studies which conclude that gamma oryzanol has neuroprotective properties. There is a doctor, he is from Fortis Memorial Research Institute, Dr. Praveen Gupta. He has given a statement in newspaper that gamma oryzanol can be applied for treatment of multiple disorders, even dementia, Parkinson, motor neuron diseases, which are caused due to oxidation. And antioxidant like gamma oryzanol reduces reactive products generated by oxidation and reduces the damage caused to tissues. This is a statement which was published in newspapers of Dr. Praveen Chandra. Again, our country, has suffering from one more deadly disease, which is cancer. 1 in every 15 Indians will die of cancer as per WHO report. And gamma oryzanol here also can serve as a savior. That is why I'm talking that this can lead to a disease-free life if we start including it in our daily diet. Gamma oryzanol has anti-cancer properties, and I would like to tell you that there are certain countries like America and Italy, they are already using gamma oryzanol for the treatment of various kinds of cancers. I have even read a statement of Dr. Rahul Bhargav, who is a cancer specialist at Fortis Hospital, Noida, whereby on his expressing his worry on increasing cancer patients in India, he has expressed that using gamma oryzanol for a long period of time can prevent numerous kinds of cancers. The mechanism which was explained by him was that it activates natural killer cells in our body and even inhibits angiogenesis, that is, cut down the food supply of cancer cells. So I would like to draw your attention on another big problem. According to this study, 25 to 33% of Indian population is suffering from gastrointestinal issues, from peptic ulcers, and gamma oryzanol has reported in vivo and in vitro studies which are conducted in numerous countries that it relieves gastrointestinal issues through various mechanisms. Even America has listed it as an agent for the treatment of peptic ulcer, as I've already told you. A leading cardiologist, Dr. Anil Arora from Sir Gangaram Hospital, New Delhi, has also said that gamma oryzanol supplementation helps with gastricides and gastrointestinal complaints. You can find his statement over the web as well. There are many studies which talk about liver protective properties of gamma oryzanol as well. And there is a doctor, Dr. Namita Nadar, who has spoken about this very benefit of gamma oryzanol, that it helps in protecting your liver, especially it repairs the liver from alcohol-induced damage. Thyroid, again, a big challenge, and there are human clinical trials which says that gamma oryzanol is very effective in lowering serum TSH levels, which increase in the patients of hypothyroidism. I myself was a patient of hypothyroidism. I was taking medicine of thyroid regularly from the age of 30, but when I started taking gamma oryzanol, my medicine dosage started decreasing, and today it's been 1.5 years. I'm not taking any thyroid medicine. I am disease-free. If I am disease-free with the help of gamma oryzanol, why can't the entire country can be disease-free? Because this product is actually a miracle. Again, a country which is trapped in anxiety, trapped in stress, Gamma-oryzanol again can be a stress reliever, a natural stress reliever for the people of the country. It has reported studies that it is an anti-anxiety agent and it promotes very good sleep as well. There are a lot of studies done in Korea, and there is a very senior doctor at this W. Pratiksha Hospital, Gurgaon, where Dr. Pratibha Dogra, and she has also spoken about this very benefit of gamma-oryzanol on my channel. It has anti-aging properties also. As I've told you, there are a number of multiple benefits of this particular antioxidant. It strengthens muscles, it relieves from menopausal symptoms, it reduces hypertension, it is a powerful natural antioxidant, and it also leads to boosting our immunity. There are a lot of studies, and this study which you can see on my screen is from Nirma University, Ahmedabad, where the scientists have claimed that with gamma-oryzanol, the immunity of the subjects multiplied, and our company is going through certain clinical trials also, where we can, so that we can claim also that it leads to boosting the immunity. Even doctors of India, they are already promoting gamma-oryzanol, especially in the COVID pandemic. They told people, they advised people to take gamma-oryzanol as a supplement for boosting immunity, especially in this COVID situation. There was one more doctor, Dr. Sanjay Agrawal. The other one was Dr. S.P. Beotra from Gangaram Hospital. He had given statement that we should take gamma-oryzanol in COVID pandemic to boost our immunity. Not only for boosting immunity, but also to prevent side effects of COVID. That also are very own property of gamma-oryzanol, that it reduces side effects of COVID, and it has been proven by a study conducted in Brazil, where it is said that people, when they are given gamma-oryzanol, they would not have cytokine storm if they are suffering from COVID. Even an infectious disease specialist, Dr. Neha Gupta at Medanta Hospital, she has also given statement that it is a powerful anti-inflammatory agent, antioxidant agent. That is why people who are suffering from COVID, they do not get cytokine storm if they are already taking gamma-oryzanol. Same was a statement of Dr. S.P. Beotra, who was of Gangaram Hospital, Delhi. And it is published in numerous newspapers. So I won't be wrong in saying that it is an all-in-one product. We are blessed to have this wonder nutrient for the very first time in the country. And our brand is Ricilla Gamma-oryzanol, which gives 150 mg of gamma-oryzanol. And just 2 capsules of Ricilla Gamma-oryzanol give you the effective dosage of 300 mg of gamma-oryzanol per day. The formulation is made by Nyper, which is a very renowned company, and it is available on numerous portals, as told by Sir also in the beginning. It is available at Amazon, at NetMeds, at HealthCard, and it gives me immense proud to share with you that right now 1.5 lakh people are already using gamma-oryzanol for the last 1 year and enjoying its benefit. So there is a need to spread awareness on it. And one more thing I would like to say, that if you would like to start gamma-oryzanol to have its benefit, then you must keep on monitoring the dosage of the medicine you are already taking. It could be of BP, sugar, thyroid, because you have to reduce the dosage of that pharmaceutical medicine when you will start taking gamma-oryzanol. And for awareness of gamma-oryzanol, I have created a channel also, which is Forever Healthy with Isha, where I'm talking about a disease-free life. And India's top doctors have joined me in this initiative. And I would be very lucky to have Dr. Prasad's session also on my channel someday. So Dr. Neeraj Kumar from Gurgaon, Max Hospital, Gurgaon, he has spoken about gamma-oryzanol. Dr. Manjari Chandra, Dr. Namita Nadar, and many doctors. So on screen you can see a WhatsApp number on which you can call also, on WhatsApp also, and you can ask anything, any proof about gamma-oryzanol. In the end, I would like to just give you a small video, just show you a small video of many doctors who have spoken about multiple benefits of gamma-oryzanol. So it's like expert views on gamma.
This product, gamma-oryzanol, comes out of rice bran, and there are many studies which show its antioxidant properties, which can be applied for treatment or prevention of multiple disorders.
It is a natural sleeping aid. So gamma oryzanol has proven to promote good quality sleep, that too in a natural way. Thank you.
Presently in India also, it is approved by FSSCI as a nutraceutical and as an antioxidant, which improves heart health and which lowers down lipid levels to some extent.
There are 2-3 specific benefits that this antioxidant can cause. One of them is the reduction in the amount of LDL cholesterols. So what gamma oryzanol does is it reduces the amount of available or freely available LDL cholesterol in the blood. Reducing LDL cholesterol, it decreases the risk of cardiovascular disease. Another thing that is very specifically beneficial in gamma oryzanol is that it decreases inflammation in the gut and it repairs the gut lining. So when it repairs the gut lining, especially the lining of the large intestine or the colon, it is able to reduce the incidence of one of the most commonly occurring cancer called colon cancer. So therefore, gamma oryzanol is also anti-cancer in nature.
Hello, I am Dr. Shailesh Sahai. I am a consultant physician working with Max Hospital, Gurgaon. Gamma oryzanol has been news in recent times because of its positive reports that it causes to decrease the lipid levels, increase the athletic performance, used in menopausal symptoms, used for atopic dermatitis, useful in some cancers like prostate cancers and other carcinogenic conditions, and it has been used in Japan since last 40-45 years. In Japan, it is mainly used to lower the triglyceride levels, lower the LDL levels, to alleviate the menopausal symptoms, to relieve anxiety, advocated to be used as a natural supplement to decrease the blood pressure. Various studies done in Korea and China have basically indicated that this may be helpful in reducing blood pressure by interacting with the ACE inhibitors. Thank you.
This is a great antioxidant. This had been used by Japanese for quite some time, but recently it has been launched in the international market. This, helps in prevention of normal and early aging. This helps in protection of your ultraviolet, gives a protection from ultraviolet rays. This also helps in rebuilding your collagen. This helps in rebuilding of your sebaceous glands, thereby giving an adequate amount of protective coating on the skin.
It promotes the bone formation. So if you are a hypertensive patient and your blood pressure is not under control because of the high cholesterol level, gamma oryzanol will also help you in controlling your lipid levels. Besides this, it will also promote your muscle health. That is, your bones and muscles will become much stronger and healthier if you take this regularly from a middle age group.
Hi friends, I am Dr. Rahul Bhargav. I am a cancer specialist at Fortis Memorial Research Institute, Gurugram. Gamma oryzanol has been found out to be effective as an antioxidant which comes from rice bran in preventing the cancers if taken for a long period. How does it act? It has been a mystery that our own cells, T cells or NK cells, if are activated, can kill cancer cells. And this gamma oryzanol is basically an activator of NK cells, which keeps the cancer cells at check. It not only works through NK cell, but also it inhibits angiogenesis. It means it cuts the supply for the cancer cells to grow. Because if you don't get anything, you don't get food, the cancer cells will not grow. Activation of macrophages and increasing your body's own immunity to gather the strength to kill cancers. And this is what the result has been. People have been harnessing the utility of a T cell through immune checkpoint inhibitors. So in a nutshell, this product promises to prevent cancers And certain studies are across 2012, 13, and 15 has shown it helps in regressing the prostate cancer cells as well. And it is just not one study. It is the studies has been done across patient subsets, across ethnicities, and across nations.
Like it works as a super antioxidant and it helps in protecting cancer. It works as an anti-inflammatory. It improves our immune system, and it is also helpful in some of the like nervous treatment diseases. So that way it is very beneficial and helpful if we include that in our diet. It is a very super antioxidant, very powerful antioxidant, which also good for your skin, for your immunity, for your defense mechanism. And this is a natural antioxidant. It is not synthetic.
Karela, neem, and many other antioxidants, which cannot be used in isolation. The search was on till recently when gamma oryzanol has been propounded to be of importance, and various small-scale studies has proven its benefits. Perhaps in early stage of the disease, gamma oryzanol can help in reversing the effects mediated by diabetes, particularly by increasing insulin secretion and increasing the insulin sensitivity.
Thank you so much, and I'm really thankful for this platform. Thank you, sir. That's all from my side.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Isha, for the wonderful presentation. So I think in this session, we have only 2 lectures. Both the lectures are over. Now I request the organizers to take over.
Sir, I think we both can leave, right?
I think we can. I think we can leave now. I think it's okay.
Yeah, because
I think it's over. Nobody is responding. So
yeah.
I think this session is over. I think. Thank you very much. It's wonderful lecture. And
thank you,
nice.
sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay then. Okay. Okay then. Bye. We'll leave.
Good afternoon, sir. So you can start your session.
Good afternoon. This session starts at 3 o'clock. And the technical session.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
You can start your session.
Okay, thank you. Myself, Anil Kumar, scientist and chairman of this session. I have my co-chair, Dr. Rao. It's my honor to welcome you, sir, to co-chair the session. There are 4 speakers in this. Yeah. So there are 4 speakers in this session. That is, first speaker is myself, and second speaker is Dr. Tirtham Rao. He is the managing director, board member of Tayo Kogaku India Private Limited. So, in this juncture, I would like to add on nutraceuticals. Hope I am audible to all of you.
Yeah, yes, I can hear you.
There is echo. So I hope I am audible. So I go ahead. So the word nutraceutical is generated from the combination of nutrition and pharmaceutical, coined in the year 1989 by Stephen L. DeFelice in the year 1989, who was the founder and chairman of Foundation of Innovation Medicine. These nutraceuticals and dietary supplements are aimed at preventing and managing specific lifestyle disorders. They are likely to become stable. Don't know. Still, in the Indian health market, care market, say that it is likely to become a staple in various forms. This includes in different forms like powders, pills, syrups, and gummies. India's nutraceutical market is poised to be a global leader. Experts and reports suggest that it will grow to approximately 18 billion US dollars by 2025. In India, the manufacture, storage, distribution, sale, and import of nutraceuticals are regulated under FSSAI Act of 2006. In the market, there are so many nutraceutical products. To name a few, they are Garcinia cambogia, raspberry ketones, green tea supplements, probiotics, prebiotics, echinacea, omega-3 fatty acids, alpha-lipoic acid, folic acid, etc. There are so many in isolated form or in the pill form, maybe in semi-solid form also. These products can be considered non-specific biological therapy forms for promoting general well-being, control symptoms, and prevention of malignant processes. That's important. So a common question this is being asked every time is, are they harmful or are they safe to consume for a long period? There are risks associated with taking them for a long period because they all contain active ingredients. They all contain active ingredients that have strong biological potency in the body. So one has to understand its mechanism, in what context it can be used, what stage it can be used, what is the safety aspects. All those things should be thought of. So this is on this is my introduction on nutraceuticals and food supplements. So over to co-chair Dr. Tirtham Rao. Sir, do you have any things to comment?
Thank you very much, Anil, and thank you very much for the organizers. So it's a good start with Anil emphasizing the food additives and the dietary fibers and nutraceuticals. And I think this this session can be more subject to the people who are for the country like our country, who are prone to have many diseases. So the functional ingredients such as dietary fibers, amino acids, and all those things, so which are presented in this seminar by various speakers, will be very useful for our audience and for the market, for the industries who can launch their products with those ingredients and the information given by these authors. I do welcome all the speakers, and I think this session will be fruitful for our presentation. Thank you very much.
Sir, it is on. Hello. Hello, good afternoon. You can speak, sir. Introduce. Hello, good afternoon. Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. So this is Dr. Madhav Naidu from CFTRI Mysore.
Namaste.
Yeah, this section is having five speakers. So first speaker is Chairman Dr. K.R. Anil Kumar, who is chairing this session. So just I will introduce his biodata. He is a scientist chef and head of the department, Food Quality Assurance Division and Quality Reality and Safety Group, GFRL, DRDO, Mysore. So he's having a long 37 years experience, and he has published more than 110 publications, national and international journals, and 45 invited talks, and 7 book chapters, and 10 patents in his credit. 5 PhDs he has produced, and 40 MSc students, MSc, MD, and MTech students guided. And area of specialization is nutritional biochemistry, food chemistry, and toxicology. And he is a member of committees, many, few of them here I will introduce that FAD 9 BIS is one of the member, and the member of Board of Studies, Board of Examinations from various universities such as NITI University, Sri Satyasaya University, JSS University, Mysore University, Davangere University, Coimbatore University, and many journals editorial member, and he is having a few awards also. A few of them I am mentioning here. Professor Tamne Memorial Award from Bombay University, 1991. Dr. Vasundhara Memorial Award 2001 to 2003, 2004 also from DRDO Life Sciences Lab. Dr. Y. Subbarao Memorial Award in 2010 from Indian Association of Biomedical Sciences. Technology Group Award 2007. Defense Technology Spin-off Award from DRDO in 2011. National Science Day Award 2012. Laboratory Scientist of the Year Award 2006 and 2021. With this brief introduction, I request Dr. Anil Kumar to take over this. Over to you, sir. What do you have to do?
Actually, my talk was already recorded. Hope the organizers will play it now. I'll be speaking on food and herbal supplements to meet the nutraceutical requirement of troops in field conditions.
So 1 minute. So 1 minute.
Good afternoon. My topic is on food and herbal supplements to meet the nutraceutical requirement of troops in field conditions. I am from Defense Food Research Laboratory, DRDO, Mysore.
So 1 minute.
Next. The term nutraceutical is not new. It is a combination of nutrition and pharmaceuticals, or nutrition can be used as a medicinal food. Nutraceuticals is nothing but the use of food as food for physiological different benefits. Laboratory. These nutraceuticals products are regulated as drugs. Next. Food ingredients and dietary supplements. It could be in the form of a pill form, powder form, new, or in a semi-solid form. Combination of nutrition and pharmaceuticals. Nutraceutical product can be used as a we can refine in food as a substance is nothing which elicit physiological benefit. Food as or food for provide physiological different benefits. These nutraceuticals used for improvements are regulated as drugs, anti-aging properties, and dietary supplements, alleviation of chronic diseases. It could be in the form of a pill form, powder form, new, or in a semi-solid form. Combination of nutrition and pharmaceuticals. Nutraceutical product can be used as very important. We can refine in food as a substance can be used as which elicit physiological benefit. Food as or food for provide physiological different diseases. Next one. These nutraceuticals used for improvements are regulated as drugs, anti-aging properties, and dietary supplements, alleviation of chronic diseases. It could be in the form of a pill form, powder form, new, or in a semi-solid form. Combination of nutrition and pharmaceuticals. Nutraceutical product can be used as very important. We can refine in food as a substance can be used as which elicit physiological benefit. Food as or food for provide physiological different diseases. Next one. These nutraceuticals used for improvements are regulated as drugs, anti-aging properties, and dietary supplements, alleviation of chronic diseases. It could be in the form of a pill form, powder form, new, or in a semi-solid form. Combination of nutrition and pharmaceuticals. Nutraceutical product can be used as we can refine in food as a substance which elicit physiological benefit. Food as or for provide physiological different diseases. Next one. These nutraceuticals used for improvements are regulated as drugs, anti-aging properties, and dietary supplements, alleviation of chronic diseases. It could be in the form of a pill form, powder form, new, or in a semi-solid form. Combination of nutrition and pharmaceuticals. Nutraceutical product can be used as we can refine in food as a substance which elicit physiological benefit. Food as food for provide physiological different. Then you are able to hear properly. No, can you hear? No.
Anil Kumar ji, we cannot see your presentation. There is only audio is running, but no video. No slides are running. Can you hear, sir? Hello.
Wait, sir, we are still in the presentation. Just wait.
Something should be visible, please.
Can you hear? No.
Yeah, now slide we can see.
Anil Kumar ji, we cannot see your presentation. There is only audio is running,
I am from
but no video.
Research Laboratory.
No slides are running.
DRDO, Mysore.
Can you hear, sir?
Sir, are you able to see the screen?
Hello.
Wait, sir, we are still in the presentation.
I am able to not new.
Sir, are you able?
Combination of nutrition.
Yes. Something should be visible, please.
Can you hear? No.
Audio is not visible. Audio is not there. Yeah, now slide we can see.
Nothing but
Anil Kumar ji, we cannot see your presentation. There is only audio is running,
I am from
but no video.
Research Laboratory.
No slides are running.
Products are regulated as
Can you hear, sir?
Sir, are you able to see the screen?
Hello.
Wait, sir, we are still in the presentation.
Yeah, we will be able to see. Yeah, madam. Yes, madam. Screen is visible, please.
Can you hear? No.
Audio is not visible. Audio is not there. Yeah, now slide we can see.
Anil Kumar, we cannot see your presentation. There is only audio is running, but no video. No slides are running. Can you hear, sir?
Sir, are you able to see the screen?
Hello?
Yes, sir, we are still.
Yeah, we will be able to see. Yeah, madam. Yes, madam. Screen is visible.
Can you hear? No.
Audio is not visible. Audio is not there. Yeah, now slide we can see.
Anil Kumar, we cannot see your presentation. There is only audio is running, but no video. No slides are running. Can you hear, sir?
Sir, are you able to see the screen?
Hello?
Yes, sir, we are still.
Yeah, we will be able to see. Yeah, madam. Yes, madam. Screen is visible.
Can you hear? No.
Audio is not visible. Audio is not there. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My topic is on food and herbal supplements to meet the nutraceutical requirement of troops in field conditions. I am from Defense Food Research Laboratory, DRDO, Mysore. Is on food and herbal supplements to meet the nutraceutical requirement of troops in field conditions. Good afternoon. My topic is on food and herbal supplements to meet the nutraceutical requirement of troops in field conditions. I am from Defense Food Research Laboratory, DRDO, Mysore. Next.
Now it's done, sir. Sorry for delay.
Good afternoon. My topic is on food and herbal supplements to meet the nutraceutical requirement of troops in field conditions. I am from Defense Food Research Laboratory, DRDO, Mysore. Next. The term nutraceutical is not new. It is a combination of nutrition and pharmaceuticals, or nutrition can be used as a medicinal food. Nutraceuticals is nothing but the use of food as food for physiological benefit. These nutraceuticals products are regulated as drugs, food ingredients, and dietary supplements. It could be in the form of a pill form, powder form, or in a semi-solid form. Nutraceutical product may be, we can define as a substance which elicit physiological benefit or provide protection against degenerative diseases. It is used for improving health, anti-aging properties with the anti-aging properties, alleviation of chronic diseases, enhancing the life expectancy, and for the support of structure or function of the body. So it's very important that it's not a, it can be used as a medicine only. So it can be regulated as drugs, food ingredients, and dietary supplements. Next one. A dietary supplement contains one or more of micronutrients, that is minerals, vitamins, amino acids, and sometimes phytochemicals. There are popular nutraceuticals that is already being derived from ginseng, echinacea, which is a perennial medicinal herb with immunostimulatory properties and the anti-inflammatory effect. It is also known that green tea is very well studied. Glucosamine and omega-3 fatty acids, lutein, folic acid, etc. They are all being used as nutraceuticals. This glucosamine is nothing but that can be used for keeping up the health of our cartilage. That is, it's a rubbery tissue that cushions bones at our joints. So glucosamine is also being touted as a nutraceutical. It is used in various pathologic complications like diabetes, atherosclerosis, cardiovascular diseases, cancer, and neurological disorders. Most of these nutraceuticals possess antioxidant activity. At the same time, they can be used as a health source for prevention of life-threatening diseases, or we can say degenerative diseases. So herbal supplements or herbal nutraceuticals can be used as a prophylactic agent for reducing the oxidative stress, allergy, Alzheimer's, cancer, diabetes, etc., and also for problems associated with the age, that is Parkinson's, and also obesity. Next one. A significant portion of the world's geography lies in the above 10,000 feet elevation. So there will be changes in the 10,000 feet above elevation above the sea level. So if you travel to high altitude, you will be exposing them to chronic or intermittent hypoxia. That is oxygen tension, and there will be risk of acute mountain syndrome, sickness, high altitude pulmonary edema, high altitude cerebral edema, etc. So our soldiers deployed in such conditions need specialty foods. What are the symptoms of acute mountain sickness? It's headache, nausea, anorexia, fatigue, and lassitude. Lassitude is nothing but a mental weariness. So when you travel to this high altitude, about 12,000 or above, you will have this problem. So Jawans in India face these problems definitely. They will have the problems associated with all this. So we can reduce this effect by changing their dietary patterns or providing them with dietary supplements or nutraceuticals. Of course, with the regulatory norms. Next one. So there will be physical movement restriction at a high altitude that can influence on metabolism, and also there will be problems associated with the oxygen, and thus there will be energy consumption pattern will also be changed. So the main characteristics of high altitude are the decreased availability of oxygen. So there will be changes on physical and mental performance, cognitive effects. There will be increased exposure of the skin to UV radiation, and there will be wide temperature differences. So this will lead to psychological stress in addition to dehydration and insufficient nutrient intake. So they need specialty foods, nutraceutical form or dietary supplement form. Next one. So this inadequate oxygen supply leads to unnoticed metabolic impairments. Acute exposure to high altitudes results in decreased amount of oxygen available to the body, and also there will be decreased arterial blood oxygen saturation. In turn, there will be a reduction in the maximal aerobic power of approximately 1% for every 100 meters. That will happens above 1,500 meters only. That is above 4,121 feet. There will be 1% reduction of aerobic power for every 100 meters. This will result in increase in hematocrit and hemoglobin to improve the transport capacity for oxygen. This will result in there will be a lot of changes in metabolic effects or the physiological effects. Next one. It is important to note that this high altitude induced hypoxia is mediated through NADPH induced lipid peroxides or hydroxy peroxides or superoxide anions, or in toto reactive oxygen species or reactive nitrogen species. That will lead to the disturbed redox homeostasis, and also it disturbs the cellular signaling. This will lead to the formation of fragmented DNA, mitochondrial DNA damage, protein damage, lipid peroxide formation, pathological conditions. All changes will be happening. So there will be a lot of changes in the high altitude when Jawans are exposed, when our troops are exposed. So we can alter their physiological effect by giving them proper diet, proper herbals. Of course, we have to see the dosage, we have to see its bioavailability, we have to study its safety aspects also. Next one. So in addition to that, there will be exposure of their skin to high altitude ultraviolet radiation in high altitude. Skin will be exposed to a radiation of wavelength between 300 to 3000 nanometer. This includes infrared, visible light, and UV radiation. So human skin will be exposed to peroxidation products as a result of the unsaturation fatty acid which is being declined due to UV radiation. So at that time, we can think of nutraceuticals like carotenoids that might play a very good role as a nutraceutical in protection against UV radiation damage. Next one. Another aspect that should be thought of at high altitude or in the high on the hypoxia condition is the hyper and hypothermia. So there will be wide temperature differences that are typical at high altitudes. Hypothermia may also be an important reason for damage to the blood vessels and may induce deterioration or the shear thinning of the property of blood. So this aspect also should be thought of. So due to this hyperthermia or hypothermia, there will be dehydration also, because of that depends on temperature and humidity of the air. So this dehydration could result in the frostbite, proper fluid imbalance. So before climbing the high altitude, this will also happen. Next one. So we can think of some herbal supplements like that are derived from berries, leaves, bark, gums, seeds, etc. of herbals. There are so many herbals that is being touted as nutraceuticals. Its active ingredients are being isolated, phytochemicals are being purified, or maybe in the crude form also being experimented, and they are all regulated as medicine in some countries like Germany. Athletes already take herbal supplements for increasing energy. That could induce weight loss also, and also it can induce promoting the muscle growth. So herbal supplements are marketed to physically active individuals for a variety of reasons. Mental alertness. We can even change the mental alertness by changing some of the amino acid makeup in the food formulations, but there is a limitation. It can stimulate fat burning metabolism, and it can also enhance the antifactic activity or the physical performance. Next one. A very important food supplement that is being used in high altitude is peppers, because it is in our study also I have seen that peppers rich in piperine has got the hyperthermia effect. Its injection may induce sympathetic activation of the central nervous system, and it increases the catecholamines also. Catecholamines are hormones made by adrenal glands, which are located on top of our kidneys. There are examples like dopamine, norepinephrine, epinephrine, etc. So the one that is being studied in recent years is the green cane pepper. Green tea, because of the rich content of epigallocatechin gallate, and pepper, of course, for its piperine. They are being treated as nutraceuticals. Experimentation has to be done on human beings. It is not yet started, but experiments on animals is completed, and also even in our study also it demonstrates some good effect with respect to the hyperthermia. Next slide. Important another one is a ginkgo biloba. It's a Chinese tree originated many millions of years, 200 million years ago. Leaf extract is being used, and it's because leaf extract is used because of its flavonoids and terpenoids content. These two work in concert. They can be used as a nutraceutical in such conditions. Next one. Ginseng, that is it is a biological active content is there in important one is there in Panax ginseng. They are all called ginsenosides, etc. And even some experiments were done in human beings and adults also, in untrained adults, that has enhanced the performance in treadmill running time. And this was conclusion was drawn based on the serum levels of antioxidant enzymes which is being attributed to decreased oxidative stress. So there are studies on human beings also, and still we have to work out the safety aspects. Next one. We have studied on terminally Arjuna, and even studies on Kava. Kava is also available in literature. They all can be used as anti-anxiety, antidepressant properties for the high altitude induced sickness or the mental performance. So studies also shown that at a certain level of extract from the bark has got this type of properties by modulation of genes related to synaptic plasticity, neurotransmitters, and antioxidant enzymes. Next slide. Our study also shows that Lactuca sativa, that is nothing but lettuce. It's a salad vegetable that is being used for anti-anxiety properties. Our experiment shows that in animals, it demonstrates anti-anxiety effect, probably because of the rich content of its terpenes called sesquiterpene lactones, called lactosine or lactocopicrene. It's also rich in some micronutrients like calcium, phosphorus, and selenium. It is also an antioxidant. At the same time, it has got anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, analgesic, neuroprotective, and sedative properties. Yes, important sedative property. Probably because of that only it is acting as an anti-anxiety plant, salad vegetable. Next one. So in the field conditions, there is a requirement of diet or supplements. At a high altitude, what is happening is the compromised immune function. There will be reduced appetite. That is why the importance of appetizer. We have developed appetizer, also ginger-based and adjuvant-based appetizer. High energy expenditure observed at altitude is also another one as compared to sea level, because at a higher end there will be requirement of energy at a high altitude, maybe 4,400 kilocalories per day per man. And otherwise, if it is not given, it leads to negative energy balance, resulting in weight loss and performance decline, even with respect to its cognitive function, memory, etc. Next one. So operations in the cold weather, they need food to produce heat. Food is needed to produce heat. That is, green tea and pepper are good in that way. They can be used as a dietary supplement. Foods high in carbohydrate is also important because it produces more heat during digestion than either fat or protein. That is important. Carbohydrates are more important at high altitude. Hot beverages like cocoa, coffee, tea also increases body temperature. That also increases their mental performance or mental awareness, provides comfort. And the solid foods like chikki, ragi laddu, granola, energy food bars, energy deriving food bars, compressed food bars, also being used in high altitude for good content of good amount of carbohydrate source, which that could produce more heat during digestion. Unsalted salts is another one that could be used at a high altitude for such conditions for increased performance at altitude, high altitude. Next slide. Desert conditions, we need not say there will be dehydration. At the same time, there will be immune function compromisation. And prolonged physical activity at a desert condition need combined with caloric restriction, sleep deprivation. These are all the effects. There will be calorie restriction, sleep deprivation, cognitive function decline. All these are observed in high altitude, that too in desert conditions. So what we need is fluid. Fluid intake should be more. Next slide. So in such conditions, in desert conditions, what is needed is avoid foods that require fluids for digestion. Take foods that are thirst quenching. Thirst quenching foods should be taken, or liquids should be taken. Foods high in fat can be taken at the same time. Should remember that there should be enough strenuous exercise at a high altitude. Foods high in salt are also needed. Take more of buttermilk or watermelon ice cubes, fruit juices, lime juice, jaggery. Use more of fruits. I told you that is a very important one is watermelon. Probably it contains good amount of amino acids like derived amino acids like citrulline, and also take more of grapes, strawberries, oranges. All these contain good amount of phytochemicals. They are also rich in active compounds. All these can be used in the nutraceutical form. Maybe it may be helpful in that way. Or else now the one that is being used at a high altitude in heat condition is the fruit sausage. Take more of fluid replacement beverages, ORS, Enerzal, electrolytes, Gatorade, and they can be used for replacing the water loss at a high altitude. Next one. We can use tyrosine as a stress reliever. Rich in nuts and tree nuts, banana, avocado, milk and dairy products, seeds, like pumpkin seeds or seeds. These are all there in tyrosine. It's a good nutraceutical. So one thing that could be used for such condition is for relieving stress is raise your serotonin level and be happy. Take chocolates high in magnesium. Then take more of almonds. It's a brain food. Raise your serotonin level by taking more of banana, leafy green vegetables, oats. Yes, it eases depression. Oats eases depression also. Take more of walnuts, rich in omega-3 fatty acids. Take more of smoothies. Take water. As I told you, this hydration increases energy and it reduces the stress. And keep walking. So serotonin can be used as a mood enhancer that is being derived from tryptophan. So craving of such food during stress is also good, like tyrosine rich foods or serotonin being derived from tryptophan rich foods. They are all helpful in high altitude, can be used as a dietary supplement. Next one. Seasickness is another one for Navy. Sailors use it. Sailors have the problem if they go for shipping for a long time. Inner ear becomes unbalanced. So there will be symptoms of yawning, drowsiness, abnormal fatigue, lethargy, stomach awareness. Of course, there will be a lot of problems associated with the stomach. That is why it is called stomach awareness. It's not a serious condition, but you will be incapacitated at a high altitude, at sea level, at sailors. Take more of vitamin C rich food because vitamin C is also useful as an antihistamine, or flavonoid rich foods, that is also an antihistamine. Take more of anticholinergic agents. Now, what is being used is a transdermal scope, a scopolamine patch that is used behind the ear, and that releases signals, or use some over-the-counter drugs like diphenylhydramine. It has got side effects. Or now what is being used is another one is C-band wristband. That is an acupressure band that is being used in the wrist. So these are being used nowadays for reducing the problem associated with seasickness. We have developed some diet, that is a supplement in the form of fruit leather or in the NutriBite or in the candy form. Next one. So diet that is being used, recommended is take more of ginger, take more of green apple, and go for broth diet, banana, rice, apple toast. It's very important. And our fruit leather, NutriBites and candy are being used for human trial in Navy in various commands of India. Next one. So in nutshell, we have to go for supplements after going through its regulations after going through animal experimentation, and also safety aspects, dosage, bioavailability studies. All those things are very important. So there is evidence that there is increased oxidative stress for men at a high altitudes, that is for soldiers. The problems are associated with increased radical formation, of course. So there may be inadequate levels of antioxidants that can be supplemented to them for giving them proper diet, proper nutraceuticals in the form of medicinal food. There will be synergic functions of other nutrients also, all kinds of nutrients. So we can justify its effect, but the problem associated with it is safety and dosage, viability. All those things should be considered before recommending such use in high altitude conditions for for enhancing the work capacity or the cognitive functions of jawans. So numerous herbal supplements are also marketed as ergogenic aids. Its safety aspects has to be studied. Toxicity has to be studied in detail. So future research efforts require careful attention for the experimental design, product purity, and what is the dosage that is being used, that is being recommended, and also the subject compliance, and of course we have to go for the statistical power. Statistical evaluation has to be done properly, then only we can recommend the use of herbal supplements or the medicinal foods or dietary supplements. Still, there is a lot of scope for research on these aspects. So I stop my talk here now. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Anil Kumar, sir. Excellent presentation on food and herbal supplements to meet the nutraceutical requirements of army troops in the field conditions, and also given excellent advice regarding this sickness of sea or high altitude and all these things. It is a very useful talk to audience. So with this, we will go for our next presentation. We will welcome for Dr. Tirtham Rao. Dr. Tirtham Rao is ready. I think I am happy to introduce his biodata. Dr. Tirtham Rao from Taigo Kagako India Private Limited. He is working as a managing director and board member. And he obtained his MSc Agriculture degree from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University and PhD from Nagoya University, Japan, and IFLR from Michigan State University, USA. And his specialization is the nutrition. And he has published more than 48 publications in national and international journals. And he has delivered 11 talks in international conferences, and he has published a book and 24 book chapters, and he is having 21 patents in his credit, and he has the international fellowship JSPS Tokyo Plaza, and also some he is a committee member, USP Safety Committee CH member, and he is having in his credit some awards also. Functional Food Ingredient Company 2019 Indian Food Safety Summit and Awards 2019. Chosen for top 10 Indian CEO in Japan, CEO Insights. And with this, we invite him. His topic entitled is Inner Ambience with particularly hydrolyzed gum, gur gum. So I request you, sir, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the introduction, and I also thank you for the organizing committee and also my colleagues who are the speakers of this session for engaging me in this platform for this session. And today I'm going to talk about inner ambience of with partially hydrolyzed guar gum. And as he introduced, I'm the managing director for Taigo India. It's a manufacturing unit owned by a Japanese company called Taiyo Kagaku. So right now I'm in Japan, and so I'm giving this presentation from Japan. I hope all of you can, my presentation is audible and visible. Is okay?
It is visible, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. So coming to my topic, so I will be mainly discussing about this partially hydrolyzed gum. Most of you may be aware or not aware, but most of you may be aware of the guar gum, which is very well known as a as a thickener, because it forms a high thickening effect. So it is used as a stabilizer and as a thickener. But very few may be in India aware of this as a soluble fiber, used as a soluble fiber. Mostly because of its thickness, it is not commonly used as a soluble fiber because of its high thickening effect. So what we did is, we made it a partially hydrolysis, so make it a non-viscous guar gum. So this the pHGG is completely soluble in water, and it is invisible and with a lot of visible benefits, which I explained in my later slides. First of all, before going to discuss about the pHGG, I just covered a few insights about the dietary fibers, which you already very well know. That the dietary fibers is based on the solubility in water is divided into insoluble forms and soluble forms. Insoluble forms are mainly from the cell walls, like cellulose, hemicellulose, lignins, etc. They make they are so bulking effect. They give a lot of viscosity, and they just just pass through our gut system and just flush out all the toxins, and so sometimes it also enhance the moisture content of our bowel, so that constipated patients can be relieved. Other than these insoluble fibers, it does not have much of the physiological benefits. It's most likely the insoluble fibers have a mechanical effect rather than the physiological health benefits. When it comes to the soluble forms, they are completely soluble in water, and they are mainly from so the pectins, gums, and mucilages, and which are mainly available in a lot of vegetables and legumes like that. So these soluble fibers, has a lot of physiological. Hello.
Yes, sir. Sir, your voice is not clear, sir. Sorry to interrupt.
It's not audible.
Yeah, it's not clear.
Should I speak slowly?
No, sir. A little bit louder.
Okay.
Sorry, sir.
How about now? Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So I was discussing about these dietary fibers, whereas soluble, insoluble fibers. Insoluble fibers have a limited effects. They are mostly mechanical, and it's just kind of bulking agents, and they just pass through our gut system and flush out all the toxins and do the in relief from the constipation because of its moisturizing effects. Other than that, insoluble fibers have very little physiological benefits. When it comes to the soluble fibers, it exerts a lot of physiological benefits because it's completely soluble, and they are fermented by the intestinal microbiota. So they show significant prebiotic effect, which produce a lot of short chain fatty acids, which are which has several functional physiological benefits. For example, butyrate is very much helpful for the immunity and gut health and all those aspects. So soluble fibers has more of benefits rather than the insoluble fibers. So as is shown in the slide, soluble fibers are prebiotics. So that is the basic benefit of the soluble fibers. So these prebiotic fibers, they give the digestive health, not only constipation but also for the diarrhea, for IBS, IBD kind of stuff, and also it also very good for gut health because of the short chain fatty acids. It improves the gut integrity and the gut health and gut, mucus formations and gut barrier systems, and also it can improve the gut health also. And lipid profile management is well known because it's cholesterol content and
ये यहाँ पे सर क्या सेटिंग करनी पड़ती है?
so these are all controlled by the soluble fibers. Again, also it's helpful for the glucose control. So various studies suggest the soluble fibers are very effective in controlling the glucose intake. And some of the soluble fibers also give the appetite control. It's a physiological effect rather than the mechanical effect like bulking effect shown by the insoluble fibers. And soluble fibers also significantly improve the immunity because our immunity system basically starts from our gut. So gut is the center of our health and immunity. So if your gut is very healthy, and the immune function also goes up. So coming to the Indian diets, and most of the people and many of us, we believe that our diet is vegetarian diet, and most of them are vegetarian diets, and we have presumably have sufficient dietary fibers. Of course, it has some significant amount of dietary fiber, but intake of the vegetables and also very low. And moreover, the most important factor is most of these vegetables or cereals, whatever we take, has more amount of insoluble fibers rather than soluble fibers. So that means we are getting less physiological benefits from the soluble fibers. If you see this table, so the soluble total dietary fiber content compared soluble fiber content is so low compared to the total dietary fiber content in cereals, pulses, vegetables, or any other food items. So this is completely clear from our Indian diet, and most of the carbohydrate rich diets we have very less soluble fibers. So we have to improve the intake of the soluble fibers so that we can have more physiological health benefits compared to insoluble fiber, which has more of mechanical action of benefits. So now coming to this our PHGG, partially hydrolyzed guar gum, which is commonly known as guar fiber, and in the commercial name is sun fiber. If you Google it, you can find hundreds of publications, clinical studies, and all the informations. So it is well proven by all over the world with its clinical benefits. So today I will only focusing on the prebiotic and digestive health and gut health and immunity aspects. And we make this manufacturing process so as I said, it does with partial hydrolysis, and the molecular size from 3 lakh kilodalton to we make it shorter to 20,000 kilodalton. So it becomes completely non-viscous. It's soluble in water, and there's no color, no taste, no odor, and it's completely invisible when you dissolve in water. So this can facilitate usage of this soluble fiber, unique soluble fiber, in many food items, beverages or food items, or in supplements, so whatever. So it is easy to use in any kind of food, beverage, dairy, and supplement applications. So the characteristics of this partially hydrolyzed guar gum PHGG, so it is composed of mannose and galactose. So the major molecule of this polysaccharide contains mannose and galactose in 2:1 ratio. And it is completely natural and water soluble, and 100% guar galactomannans, and it's a free flowing powder, rich in fiber source, low hygroscopicity, and low calorie food, taste free, no mouthfeel. And chemically it is also very stable in low pH and in heat tolerance and low viscosity, and very effective even in low dosages. So coming to this functionality, so first of all I disclose about this digestive health platform, how it is more effective. So as you know, most of the fibers are effective against constipation. So because of this bulking effect, so like phycelium, which is commonly as taken. So these are all kind of viscous, so they mostly used and adapted for the constipation. But but our sun fiber is PHGG has so it is complete comprehensive solution for all the digestive health problem like constipation, diarrhea, and IBS and IBD. So if you see the right side this chart, so it normalizes both soft and hard tools, so it is both functions, dual functions, which is rather rare in any fibers. And for example, inulins and FOS and all those things, if you take more than 10 or 15 grams, most of the people get a diarrhea. So they induce diarrhea. So, but our sun fiber even help to alleviate the diarrhea conditions. So we have a lot of publication. I will show you some of the clinical data. And again, another important factor is PHGC doesn't have a flatulence or bloating effects. So why it is no flatulence, I will tell you, because the molecular size is medium size, 20,000 kilodalton, whereas other soluble fibers are smaller and they ferment very rapidly, so their flatulence and gas production is very high. And when you take this PHGG, there is no necessity of any other laxatives, so it can take care of the whole digestive health. So coming to some of the case studies, in case of constipation improvement, you can see there is different kinds of patients and the effective dosages and number of subjects and all. So healthy subject or chronic constipated or hemodialysis patients are always constipated. Autism and cancer patients are all those patients. So this is a very few clinical study, I just highlighted it. We have more than 25 clinical studies confirming the relieving the constipation effect. So all over the globe, this has been tested all over the globe, and the dosages is from 16 to 18 grams is good enough. Some people is 6 grams. Very constipated, chronic constipated has people need a little bit higher doses, 18 grams, something like that, and to relieve. But later on they can reduce the dosages to 6 grams or even to 3 grams per day to give the enough relief, and there is no requirement of the laxatives anymore. And coming to the diarrhea, you can see this chart, so there is again number of studies so conducted globally, and not only the healthy or malnutrition people. In India it's very common to get diarrhea because of the malnutrition or the unhealthy food taken in our daily lives. And also the in hospital side, for example, enteral nutrition feeding induces diarrhea, and ICU patients, elderly people, so high osmolarity. So these are all is the causes for the diarrhea. But the sun fiber has been tested on all those kind of subjects, and it has proven effective to reduce the diarrhea. And we have studied even in infants, like it's a study done in Bangladesh. So 150 to 160 infants from 4 to 18 months. So these people also, so they benefited with the liquid diet given with the sun fiber. So the diarrhea has completely reduced in those subjects. So for diarrhea, the effective dose is based on these studies is between 5 to 12 grams per day. And we also have some case studies on irritable bowel syndrome, and so all over the world, almost more than 20% of people are suffering. Even in India itself, we have 25% of people, in spite of having a high vegetable diet, people are suffering with IBS. So IBS is a kind of syndrome, is not only for the causes by the diet, but also stress and other factors which also induce the IBS. So IBS, IBS induced people are growing all over the world because of this, our daily life factors. And we have done clinical studies, almost 8 clinical studies from children to adults, globally studied, and IBS conditions like abdominal pain and constipation. Constipation relieved by even other fibers, but in case of IBS, there are 3 forms. One is constipated IBS, and diarrheal IBS, and third one is intermittent or changing one. So all these 3 kinds of IBS symptoms have been reduced by taking the PHGG, and also the abdominal pain and other symptoms related to IBS also significantly reduced. So the effective dose is very small, just 5 grams to 6 grams per day is good enough to control the IBS symptoms. We also have some studies on SIBO. So people suffering with SIBO also is very much affected. Their condition was effectively improved. Even in India also several of them are using for the improvement of SIBO. After 2-3 weeks, so they found it is very effective. After a month or 2, they completely stopped the medication, and they just continued Sunfiber, and after a few months they even stopped the Sunfiber. So their condition is significantly improved. So this regarding this digestive health, the consensus group on dietary fibers, so they given a grade A recommendation for our Sunfiber. So for especially for the diarrhea and IBS and enteral nutrition induced clinical ill and surgery patients. So because of we have a high randomized meta-analysis, clinical studies, very strong basis, strong evidence. And globally, Sunfiber is used in many supplements. So a lot of the multinational companies, you can see the products here. Take from the Nestle, Novartis, and GNC or Herbalife, Amway. So lot of all multinational companies have launched their products. These are all products having 100% Sunfiber or PHGG inside. So, so it's very effective and globally available. And in India, we just started to promote this product right now. And for IBS also, there are specific products with labeled as IBS. And in fact, in the Monash University in Australia certified this a low food map dietary fiber and very effective for IBS subjects. So coming to the next benefit of the PHGG is prebiotic effect, which is the major function. And as I showed you, I told you that it is a strong prebiotic effects. And so we have done several clinical studies. Within a week time, this bifidobacterium growth is significantly improved. And the unique function, uniqueness of our Sunfiber, the PHGG, is because of its molecular size. As I said, most of the soluble fibers are 5,000 kilodaltons and very short polysaccharides, whereas Sunfiber is a medium chain, about 20,000 kilodalton. So they ferment very slowly and produce a huge amount of short chain fatty acid compared to the other soluble fibers like inulin, as shown in the right side slide. So because of the slow fermentation, and it also doesn't induce the flatulence. So like gas productions and all those side effects will not be there with our Sunfiber. But the short chain fatty acid production is much higher compared to any other soluble fibers. Also, it ferments for more than 20 hours, 24 hours. So we have data up to 52 hours, 54 hours. So it ferments for a longer period of time. And this slide shows you this compared to other soluble fibers and their components. Sunfiber has mannose and galactose, fibersol, nitriose contain glucose linkages, and inulin is fructose chains. But compared to these fibers, so the butyrate producing bacteria, which is very important probiotic bacteria. So they are more affinity to the sun fiber because it gives a favorable food for them. So it's a preferred food for the butyrate producing bacteria. That's why it is called butyrate booster. So sun fiber is also called as a butyrate booster, which is very important, as I showed in the beginning, for the gut health, because the whole immunity is depend on the butyrate content in our system. So sun fiber produce more amount of butyrate and also it produces more amount of total short chain fatty acids compared to the other soluble fibers. And compared to other soluble fibers, also another study shows that PHGG produce more amount of butyrate compared to other soluble fibers. Another clinical study, we also observed that sun fiber improve the bifidobacterium propagation and also other butyrate producing bacteria. So this is very strong butyrate booster. So all the health benefits which are coming from PHGG is mainly related with its strong prebiotic effect, and particularly with the butyrate production and acetate and propionate short chain fatty acid, total short chain fatty acids. And coming to the gut health, so it promotes the gut health through improvement of epithelial and mucosal damage. So the left side you can see the gut integrity, the wound healing effects. So the epithelial cell layers. So the wound induced on the epithelial cell layers was reduced with no time with a direct infusion of the sun fiber. So we also compared with the components like PHGG, galactose and mannose. So they reduce the wound healing fast than compared to other soluble fibers. And also the diffusion part, so the permeability between the cells of epithelial cells. So they're all damaged. For example, in COVID cases, so this is a major effect. So the gut health is compromised in highly, and there is a lot of mortality in COVID cases because of this. So because the gut barrier system and the permeability of increases, so the bacteria, the bad bacteria, all goes into our system and causes the huge damage. And another point also that gut integrity, so the endothelium epithelial intestinal villi is also restored. So liquid diet causes the shrinkness of the intestinal villi, which also improved, restored. So on the right side you can see that sun fiber also effective in increasing the mucosal layer. So the mucosal layer damages by several factors, but it can be restored by intake of the PHGG. The same way it is also colitis is also significantly improved by intake of the PHGG. So the gut health, this is one of the best soluble fiber to take care of the whole gut barrier system and the mucus layer improvement and the colitis improvement and intestinal villi functions, and so the intestinal improvement of the intestinal villi function also benefit in the improvement of the nutrient absorption and everything. So it also showed that it also reduced the inflammation and very effectively. So these slides, this is animal study, which you can see that the colitis induced by TNBS was significantly reduced by addition of the PHGG. So the inflammation factors MPO has been significantly reduced by PHGG. So PHGG has a strong and beneficial effects on gut health, as proven by prebiotic effect as well as directly on the the mucus layer and gut barrier system and anti-inflammation effects. So again, there are a lot of products globally, and so as a prebiotic, as a combination as symbiotic, you can find a lot of products with our sun fiber. And coming to the last topic is immunity. So immunity is a major topic now because of the COVID, and people are and in Japan we have done a very large clinical trials. So in In Japan, there is a lot of the old age homes, so physiotherapy institutions kind of things. So there are a lot of patients are inpatients and outpatients and all. So these patients, and it is very common. So not only this patient, but also it is very common to get influenza in Japan, particularly in winter seasons. So we have studied, there are two different independent institutes have done the clinical studies on their patients by taking the PHGG. So by taking the PHGG, the influenza infection is completely reduced or drastically reduced, and also the digestive health also improved very much. Similarly, in another clinical study also they found a very significant improvement. The incidence of influenza significantly reduced in those subjects. So coming to the conclusion, so the immunity function, it has direct effect on the reduction of the influenza kind of things, and also because of the gut barrier system, improvement of the gut barrier systems. So this immunity improved by the butyrate short chain fatty acids. So PHGG compared to other soluble fibers has very strong immune function compared to other soluble fibers. So coming to the conclusion, so this is a non-viscous soluble fiber, easy to use and add in any food applications or nutraceutical supplement, strong prebiotic effect and butyrate booster, improved digestive health, constipation, diarrhea and IBS, which is unique, helps to improvement and maintain gut health, so barrier function, mucus layer, gut leakage and inflammation effects, and reduce the carrying effect. As I said in the last slides, the carrying hospitals, old age homes and all, the carrying cost is so high, so these people are benefited by taking the PHGG, and because not only by influenza and immunity enhancement, but also by the digestive health. These patients, they are digestive problems like diarrhea and all those things, so they need to change the diapers and all. So by taking the PHGG, those costs all significantly reduced. So overall, all these benefits can be achieved with just 6 grams, which is very less compared to any of the soluble fibers. Soluble fibers or insoluble fiber, one has to take at least 15 grams to get any effective effects. But in case of PHGG, just 6 grams is good enough to take care of all the health benefits. Thank you very much. So, and we all have all the certifications, and it is made in this state-of-art facility at Aurangabad in Maharashtra. So thank you very much for listening presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pritam Rao sir. Thank you, Dr. Pritam Rao sir, for giving excellent presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Regarding this various dietary fibers and also this gut health, immunity, and all this readily it is available in the commercially. So thank you very much for giving excellent presentation, and it is definitely, I am sure that it is very useful for our audience. Thank you very much, sir, once again. Now we'll move to next speaker. Shashikant Sangram is available, sir, I hope. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Shashikant Sangram.
Yeah.
I'm happy to introduce Shashikant Sangram. He is from Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Kakinada, assistant professor and head of the department, food testing laboratory, and he obtained his degree BTech from Food Science and Technology, Acharya NG Ranga University, Hyderabad, Bapatla, MTech Food Processing and Engineering, Karunya University, PhD in Food Engineering, NIPTIM. He is pursuing currently. So he has published book chapters too, and 52 MTech food processing technology students he has guided, and he is many committees. He is the member, Honorable Secretary ICFOST Kakinada chapter, member of the Board of Studies Degree Vocational Food Technology, Adikavi Nannaya University, member of Board Studies in BOSC, BSc and PG Diploma, Ideal College of Arts and Science, technical expertise for State Institute of Fisheries Technology, Kakinada, and Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh, faculty for induction training program for newly recruited food safety officers of Andhra Pradesh, and he is a Gazette notified qualified food analyst from FSSSI, and he has given 2 invited talks, and he has published more than 10 papers in national and international journals, and is training of trainees program, international fellowships, particularly this program on detection of veterinary drug residues and aflatoxins B and G in nuts and cereals by Agri-Food and Veterinary Authorities, Singapore, and sponsored by Ministry of Foreign Affairs, FSSI, New Delhi. His specialization is food processing and engineering technology. So with this brief introduction, I request him to present his topic entitled is blending omega-3 rich microalgae oil using RSM to enhance DHA in foods. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the introduction, sir. May I audible, sir?
Yes, it is audible.
Yeah. So, good evening, all. Myself, Shashikant, as per the brief introduction given. So, today's technical session on blending of soybean oil with omega-rich microalgae oil. We will know its effect on physicochemical, sensory, as well as the DHA level in food patterns, different food patterns. The most common thing, what are the foods we have opted is the 2 types of foods. So that is one deep fat fried food and one is shallow fat fried food. As a South Indian, the main common deep fat fried food is vada, which I have opted for my studies, and shallow fat fried uttappam I have studied. So how much level of DHA is incorporated in these particular foods? That is my main interest to know what is the DHA levels present in these particular foods when a blended oil is used. So in this particular session, I am going to cover all these things: introduction, review of literature, statement of the problem, variables used in this particular study, operation definitions, as well as the research objectives, significance or rationale of the study, methodology, tools and techniques used for this data collection and statistical tools, limitations of the study, references, and future work, how it need to be continued. So most of us are aware that whatever the fats daily we are consuming, the fat or an oil daily we are consuming is not up to the standard. Why I am saying it is not up to the standard means whatever the saturated, monounsaturated, as well as polyunsaturated fatty acids which we are taking daily, it should be in the ratio of saturated fatty acid should be in the ratio of 1, monounsaturated fatty acid should be in the range of 1 to 2, and polyunsaturated ratio in the range of 1. So if in ratio, if we are going to take 1:1, 1 to 2:1, so this ratio should be there whenever we are consuming any of the vegetable oil sources. But at present, whatever the oils we are consuming, it is not in this particular range of in this particular ratio. So whatever we are consuming, either it is more of saturated or more of monounsaturated fatty acid. So in this interest, I want to have a whatever the balanced fatty acid in selecting this particular topic. So fats and oils are the essential in this particular food industries. As a result, The quality, stability, as well as the nutritional profiles of oils are critical features in food technology as well as engineering also. As I told that there is no pure oil with acceptable functional as well as nutritional. The term nutritional here means I am more concentrating on omega-6 and omega-3 fatty acids. Why? Because most of the vegetable oils at present, I can say that most of the vegetable oils doesn't contain omega-3 fatty acid. Whatever the vegetable oil you can able to take, it will be present in the form of alpha linolenic acid. This alpha linolenic acid, individual to individual, for suppose for my body, the alpha linolenic acid conversion to omega-3 fatty acid and omega-6 fatty acid is very nil. For some individual, it alters from person to person. This is what the bioconversion or metabolic pathway of an individual differs from. So in nutritional point of view, the alpha linolenic acid or linoleic acid conversion to whatever the omega-6 fatty acid, and I can able to say that it is negligible conversion of omega-3 fatty acid. So in nutritional point of view, there is no oil at present with nutritional property, as well as the oxidative stability is also much lower. Why? Because if you go for having more amount of polyunsaturated or monounsaturated, it leads to the formation of whatever the whenever we are going for higher temperatures, it leads to the formation of peroxide formations. So this is much recent. Gula and Bagre in 2011 they have stated this particular statement. Why there is a need to blend of the oils? Oils are blended to improve the oxidative properties, as I told, either in form of functional properties, either in terms of nutritional properties, or into against the oxidation, improve frying as well as recycle and promote essential fatty acids in the human body. Why I have opted soybean oil is that soybean oil has its unique chemical composition. It contains more amount of tocopherols, isoprenols, lecithins, as well as it contains 20% of oil and 40% of protein in that. So that based on these reasons, soybean employment for food applications in India is precarious, and it necessitates the work in terms of blending with other oils. That is why the need of soybean oil has been selected. Why? It contains more amount of alpha linolenic acid. So the main key facts of docosahexaenoic acid and eicosapentaenoic acid. These are the key facts which I want to stress again. That algae is the only vegetative source. I can able to say the only vegetative form of source in which the docosahexaenoic acid as well as the eicosapentaenoic acid, DHA and EPA, are only present in this particular omega-3 fat, whatever the omega-3 fatty acids present in the microalgae. So to that particular extent, I want to use this particular microalgae source blended with the particular soybean oil as a major ingredient in my further studies. So what are the challenges associated with this particular blending is that whenever we are using polyunsaturated fatty acids like omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids, if you are going to use these polyunsaturated fatty acids, these polyunsaturated fatty acids upon high temperatures, it undergoes the rancidity, susceptible to rancidity, and ultimately decreases in the shelf life due to a reduction in oxidative stability under the changes in the environmental conditions. This is most happen. This is the most common problem. If you are going to increase in our oils, if you are going to increase further the polyunsaturated fatty acid, there is more chances are prone to oxidation. So that is the reason that we have to take into consideration while choosing these particular high polyunsaturated fatty acids also. So this is one of the challenges associated with the blending also. So studies to be done on non-encapsulated blended oils. So in my future work also I have clearly shown what are encapsulated, what are non-encapsulated blended oils. So non-encapsulated blended oils are direct oils which we are going to blend directly with the other major form of the oil. So that is what non-encapsulated blended oil, where balance in fatty acid composition need to be there to increase the stability as well as the functional as well as physicochemical properties of the oils, which is used as a cooking medium for the most of the Indian foods. So cooking medium here, I have used different forms of frying methods that I have initially mentioned, that deep fat frying and shallow fat frying. So these are the review literature which I have collected. As per that research question is that, as per WHO guidelines for vegetable oils as well as the blended oils, there is a need to meet these particular requirements, but none of the vegetable oil met this particular demand. As I told that whatever the oil individual, either it is an vegetable individual oil or either it is a any of the oils, individual oils that doesn't have whatever the WHO recommends or suggested. As I told, 1:1, 1 to 2:1. So saturated fat is to monounsaturated fat is to polyunsaturated fat. So these are the guidelines given by the WHO. In no pure form of a vegetable oil that exists in nature now. So the statement of the problem is predominantly most of the vegetable oils, either the flaxseed oil, rapeseed oil, soya, or the safflower, contains omega-3 to omega-6 along, which corresponds to its parent compounds. As I told that all the vegetable oils, most of the vegetable oils, flaxseed, either it can be a rapeseed or soya or a safflower, it is present in the form of alpha linolenic acid or linoleic acid, LA, which we used to call it as LA, as well as this is alpha ALA, that is alpha linolenic acid, which serves as an inadequate source of energy by human organisms and as a precursor of metabolites for long chains. So as the conversion of these particular alpha linolenic acid to linoleic acid, this conversion to omega-6 as well as omega-3 fatty acids is very inadequate. So that doesn't have adequacy in our particular human body. So this alpha linolenic acid as well as alpha linoleic acid conversion to eicosapentaenoic acid, that is EPA, which is a omega-6 fatty acid, 20:5 and 3 is adequate. So as this
hello Sangram.
Yeah.
Please speed up.
Yeah.
Going to our next speakers are there.
Okay.
Please,
Okay.
another 5 minutes to finish.
Okay. So this conversion of alpha linolenic acid to alpha linoleic acid conversion into omega-6 and omega-3 fatty acid is very inadequacy. That's why there is a need for the use of blended oil in a particular application of various forms of foods as a functional foods. So this ratio should be maintained. SFA is to MUFA is to PUFA. That is 1:1.5 is to 1. As well as omega-6 is to omega-3 fatty acid is also should be maintained around 5 to 10 is to 1. So omega-6 should be 5 to 10, as well as omega-3 should be 1, as well as total polyunsaturated fatty acid to total saturated fatty acid should be 0.8 to 1. This is as per the WHO recommendation. So there is a need for the blended oils as per these particular specifications, recommendations given by the WHO. So this is already I have mentioned. So these statistical tools I have used for this particular study: loss of moisture, parameters what are the variables which I have used: fat uptake, acidity, acid value, peroxide value, iodine value. And two methods of frying techniques I have adopted, that is deep fat fried food as well as the shallow fat fried food. And the sensorial main important thing, ultimately the main important thing is the sensorial parameters. There I have used the appearance, color, taste, flavor, texture, as well as the overall acceptability. So these are the operational definitions which I have used in my studies. So objectives is to optimize the blended refined soybean oil with the microalgae, and to optimize the obtained mixture ratios of the algal blended.
Come to results.
Yeah. So ultimately, the main significance of this work, I can able to say that is that, yeah, I will come to the conclusion part. And Dukan test as well as the 2K Kramer test have been used for this implementation. Four different blended oils has been used. Algal oil as well as the soybean oil has been used in 4 different proportions. So this is the important study which need to be addressed. In that DHA content in the control, here the control is the soybean oil, which doesn't contains the DHA, but in different runs of 20:80, 20 here is the algal oil and 80 here is the soybean oil, which contains 6.8% of DHA present in that. So when compared with the control sample, soybean oil sample, this particular run gets optimized blend of micro 20:80. So different order profiles were taken for the deep fat fried as well as the shallow fat fried foods. So the fat content also here remarkably for control sample it is 17.7, as well as for the deep fat fried it is 20.4, but the DHA content here it is negligible as compared with the deep fat fried and shallow fat frying, which is of having 8%, as well as the 5% for the shallow fat frying for the blended oils, for the optimized blended oil. So this is another important study, as I have mentioned that PUFA to SFA ratio should be 1 at least. So for the algal blended oils, it is of 2.7, but when it is compared to the individual soybean oils, it is of 3.5, which is of much higher ratio. And the ratio of SFA to MUFA to PUFA is also in the WHO recommended ranges for the blended oils. In the same way, for omega-6 to omega-3 ratio, the recommended ratio should be 5 to 10:1. The same way, the algal to whatever the soybean blended oil, it is of 7:1, which is of the recommended value as per the WHO. So this is the fatty acid profile has been obtained by GC gas chromatography. So limitations of the study, on an average, on a whole, when microalgae oil used along with any of the vegetable oils has been blended, either this based on the encapsulation or non-encapsulated thing, we are going to provide the DHA as well as EPA in the foods directly. So these are the various forms of references which I have used for my studies. This is the reviewed literature article that has been published. So this is the future work, degradation kinetics as well as nanoparticle chitosan blended oil prepared by anexylation methods, as well as characterization by spray drying. In order to analyze that part, characterization as well as the morphology study, and the shelf life is also being carried out for the encapsulated oil. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sangram. All the best. Blending, excellent presentation. Blending omega-3 rich microalgae using RSM to enhance the DHA inputs. I hope this is very useful for students also, audience. So we will move to, due to scarcity of time, we will move to next presentation. Dr. Nandini is there? CD Nandini?
Yeah, I am very much here.
Yeah. I am privileged to happy to introduce Dr. C.D. Nandini, senior principal scientist from Central Food Technological Research Institute. She is a PhD degree in biochemistry And our specialization is neuroregulatory activity in brain, bioactives in health and disease valorization. And she has published more than 41 publications in national and international journals and one book chapter, and 3 PhD students is guiding, 10 postdoctorals already, postgraduates, and she is having a committee member from IBSC, JSS, Mysore, external member TNAU, and she is having important awards, Platinum Jubilee Lecture in ISCA 2016, Best Scientist Award under Group 4 CFTRI 2017 and 18, Best Technology Transfer Award as a member of the team CSIR CFTRI, and she is having a postdoctoral fellowship, Kobe Pharmaceutical University, Kobe, Japan, and research associate from University of Wisconsin, Madison, USA. So with this brief introduction, I will request CD Nandini to our topic entitled Mechanism of Action of some of the dietary bioactives in mitigating complications of diabetes. Over to you, madam. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Naidu. Am I audible? Am I
audible? You can go ahead.
Yeah. At the very outset, I want to thank the organizers for having given me this wonderful opportunity. So today I'll be dwelling on some of the mechanism of action of dietary bioactives in mitigating complications of the diabetes. As we all know, diabetes is one of the oldest diseases, and India, as we all know, is battling the scourge of the disease with 77 million reported in the year 2019, but which is only predicted to increase to 134 million by the year 2045, which tells us that this disease needs renewed attention in battling the scourge. So diabetes is of 3 types. Type 1, where there is no insulin production. Type 2, which has less insulin production, as well as increased insulin resistance, as well as gestational diabetes. Now, one of the characteristic feature of diabetes is that you have a glucose dump into the systemic circulation. Here, the glucose dump comes from either primarily because of decreased insulin secretion, but also decreased incretin effect, which is a hormone which is secreted in intestine, which helps insulin take up glucose, in cells. You have increased lipolysis, increased glucose reabsorption in kidney, decreased glucose uptake, which exercise is preferred. And in recent days, brain is also supposed to be one of the key target organs where diabetes is afflicting it. And as a result of which, there is increased hyperglycemia because of dysregulation of glucose metabolism. There is increased hepatic glucose production, increased glucagon secretion, and all this primarily leads to what is known as glucose dump. Now, glucose is not going to stay back and stay quiet. It is like a idle man's brain, a devil's workshop. So it keeps on going into another pathways and bringing about a lot of micro and macrovascular complications, of which microvascular complications, which are very common, are diabetic retinopathy, nephropathy, and neuropathy. And macrovascular complications are cardiovascular disease, and to some extent, in recent years, it is called the diabetic encephalopathy, apart from your foot problems. So there are 3 methods to counter diabetes: diet, exercise, diet and oral drugs, diet and insulin. As you can all see, diet is the cornerstone in controlling diabetes. And the diet which we take in comes with a lot of health benefits as well. So we have health benefits in the form of polysaccharides, micronutrients, polyphenols, fats, proteins. So it is said that diets poor in fiber, phytochemicals, or plant food in general, the relative risk of diabetes increased by 44% to 3-fold, which tells us that the diet is going to play a very vital role in mitigating diabetes and its complications. So we have, our traditional foods are endowed with lot of nutraceuticals. So we eat lot of spices, but the problem here is many of the mechanism of action of the spices are not known. We know the spice does an effect, we see the endpoints, but we don't know mechanistically how it is behaving in the in vivo systems, either preclinical or clinical models. Clinical, we cannot go with the mechanism, but at least in the preclinical models, many of them have not been worked down in critical details. Fruits and vegetables with bioactives such as polyphenols are going to give us good health, and hence the rule is increase your intake of fruit and vegetables. So my talk will dwell on two important aspects. One is to see how the bioactive from mulberry leaf acts on kidney during diabetes, and also we look into some of the bioactives, dietary bioactives on brain glucose transporters. To see about mulberry leaf, what we have seen is some of the bioactives from mulberry leaves can modulate PPR gamma. Now, PPR gamma is a nuclear receptor which is known to transcribe genes which are responsible for glucose disposal as well as lipid metabolism and inflammation. But the pharmacological, and it is one of the important pharmacological targets during diabetes, but it is known to have a lot of side effects. So in recent years, the thing here is that many of these pharmacological targets are full-time agonists. I mean, it goes and binds very strongly to the nuclear receptor. So now the incidence of having selective PPR gamma modulators with differential biological activity is becoming popular. So this cartoon tells us about PPR gamma, where PPR gamma recruits a lot of other factors and goes into the nucleus and transcribes genes which are responsible for glucose disposal and lipid metabolism. But apart from the genomic actions, we also have, interestingly, PPR gamma has a lot of non-genomic actions. So these non-genomic actions come through the post-translational modifications of various proteins. So let's see how mulberry leaf bioactives, mulberry leaf, we don't consume it in our country much, but in Southeast Asian nations and countries like Japan, mulberry leaf is eaten as like any other normal food. But the important aspect of mulberry leaf is it has got something called deoxynitromycin, and mulberry leaf is known for that, where it is a potent glucose inhibitor. But what is not known is that mulberry from that has many other beneficial effects, and this is a study we carried out in experimental diabetic rats, where we saw there is changes. The increase in glucose levels, fasting blood glucose levels in diabetic animals was countered or ameliorated by feeding mulberry leaf powder. So we have started with the mulberry leaf powder, and mulberry leaf powder significantly brought down fasting blood glucose, kidney index, microalbumin excretion in urine, as well as urine sugar. So we used pioglitazone as a positive control. So all our measurements are in relation to that. And what we saw was the expression of PPR in kidney was increased. So this tells us that during diabetes, at least in the kidney, increased PPR gamma expression is going to lead to increased inflammation. And what was surprising was that the mulberry leaf fed animals did not show any changes. But when we looked into its post-translational modification, which is the phosphorylation at serine 112 site, we saw there is increased phosphorylation. And why is that only phosphorylation is happening in mulberry-fed diet? Mulberry-fed diabetic animal was a question we asked. Apparently, the post-translational modifications are, there is a lot of post-translational modification of PPAR gamma. And one such post-translation modification happens through MAP kinase, which is known to decrease the PPR gamma activity. And here the increase in expression of PPR gamma in diabetic animals is countered by mulberry leaf bioactives by decreasing the PPR gamma activity through post-translational modification. And that is exactly what we saw. The upstream kinases, MAP kinase, was also showing increased phosphorylation. This phosphor group is transferred to serine 112 in PPAR gamma and bringing about transcriptional repression. This result in decrease in inflammation was the next question we asked, and apparently it did. Like we can see that the increased expression of some of the inflammatory markers such as macrophage chemokine 1 and NF-kappa in diabetic animals was decreased to a significant extent in mulberry-fed diabetic animals, which gave us a lot of hope with respect to PPR gamma modulation. And we also looked into mTOR levels, which again showed a similar pattern. Then we started looking to the component which is responsible for such an activity, and we isolated polyphenols, both free and bound. And initially we did a TR-FRET assay, and it showed us that many of these bioactives can act as a putative PPR gamma modulator. And we next carried out the mechanistic studies in Madin-Darby kidney cells, which are proximal tubular cell lines. And we grew cells at normal glucose and high glucose conditions. And this very similarly told us that there is increase in PPR gamma expression in high glucose condition, and there was no change in phosphorylation status. And here the bioactive we used was the free phenolic acid extract. Now the free phenolic acid extract was able to decrease the increased PPR gamma levels, but it was not able to change the phosphorylation, which told us that there could be another component which could be doing the job. And we looked into the bound phenolic acid, which was doing the job. So basically, the PPR gamma modulation by mulberry leaf bioactives is two ways. One is the free phenolic acid content decreases the increased PPR gamma levels, and then the increase is further reinforced by phosphorylation of PPR gamma by the bound phenolic acids. And when we looked into what could be the phenolic acid which is responsible for such an activity, we saw that we did HPLC, and all the phenolic acids we got were put into the cell culture models, and we saw that the increase is seen when we treat cells with coumaric acid. So it is basically the coumaric acid which is giving increased phosphorylation of PPR gamma. And we also saw if the upstream kinases are affected in the, so when we MAP kinase, the phosphorylation doesn't happen even in the presence of mulberry leaves, but we thought that it does. So this gave us, this led us to conclusion that in fact it is the bound phenolic acid of the mulberry leaf which is giving increased phosphorylation of PPR gamma. So is the case with NF-kappa B expression. There was a decreased expression of NF-kappa B as a result of treatment with free phenolic or bound phenolic acid extract. To summarize this part of the story, what we see is diabetic kidney disease marked by increased inflammation, and you also have increased PPR gamma levels without change in phosphorylation status. But when you add mulberry leaf bioactives, the free phenolic acid extract is able to decrease PPR gamma levels, whereas the bound phenolic acid is able to increase the phosphorylation. So basically, the bound phenolic acid extract is acting through post-translational mechanism and bringing down the inflammation. So this paper was published in JFC. The other important aspect is that of the brain control of glucose homeostasis. Earlier, brain was regarded as an insulin insensitive organ, but in recent years, a lot of effort has gone in direction as to look into how glucose is able to modulate, how brain is able to modulate glucose homeostasis through brain-centered glucose regulatory system. And why brain is important is that the diabetes can affect brain also, and it is called diabetic encephalopathy if it is not controlled. If the increased glucose or hyperglycemic condition is not controlled, it can also lead to diabetic encephalopathy, which can aggravate complications such as Alzheimer's, cognitive deficit, stroke, memory loss, cerebral atrophy, dementia, etc. And that is one reason why we need to look into if there are any bioactives which can help. One thing with the brain is that the neuronal cells need glucose for many aspects. One is, of course, the brain growth, and brain is always very active. So the glucose intake has to be always there. That is the reason why you have the mechanistic episodes of hypoglycemia affecting the brain. So with this, we carried out an animal experiment wherein we used bioactives such as naringenin, berberine, and quercetin, which are available dietarily through common dietary sources. These bioactives are known to cross blood-brain barrier. So we chose bioactives which cross the blood-brain barrier, and we looked into its effect on basic parameters, and all of them were able to mitigate the increased changes in body weight or fasting blood glucose or urine sugar positively. Which means that all the three are able to do the job by crossing the blood-brain barrier. And one other thing with respect to brain is that brain doesn't have a mechanism to store glucose. So it has to utilize the glucose which is there in the blood through GLUT transporters. So the GLUT transporters help in traversing the glucose from blood through blood-brain barrier. And this is where we looked into how these bioactives are able to modulate some of these glucose transporters. What we saw was that GLUT1, we have various glucose transporters. So GLUT1, GLUT2, GLUT3, GLUT4, which is either insulin dependent or independent. So GLUT1, 2, and 3 are basically insulin independent, whereas GLUT4 is insulin dependent GLUT transporter. So GLUT1 was decreased in diabetic animals, which was counteracted by feeding berberine, naringenin, and quercetin in the diet. So was the case with GLUT2, wherein the GLUT2, there was increased expression, which was mitigated by feeding berberine, naringenin, and quercetin. GLUT3 followed similar pattern to GLUT1. Wherein the decrease was counteracted by feeding the bioactives. GLUT4, the amount of the expression of GLUT4 was very significantly decreased in diabetic animals, which of course was not counteracted by berberine and naringenin, but it was counteracted by quercetin in the diet. So this goes on to show that not all bioactives act similarly. And this calls for diversification of our diet so as to get beneficial effects from diverse bioactives in our food system. So once we knew that GLUT4 has decreased, we wanted to see if it impacted the insulin signaling pathway in brain. Insulin signaling pathway is very much required in the brain for neurotrophism. So there is, when in diabetes is loss of neurotrophism as a result of which there is a lot of complications associated with the brain. We looked into the key molecules in the insulin signaling pathway, and we could see that IRS1, which is the first molecule which it helps to traverse a signal through insulin sitting on the insulin receptor. IRS1 is insulin receptor substrate 1, has shown a decrease in diabetes, which was counteracted, no doubt, by feeding berberine and naringenin and quercetin in the diet. But on the other hand, other molecules along the insulin signaling pathway, PI3K, AKT, were not affected by all the bioactives were similarly. So the end result here was that, see, you have changes in glucose transporters, which are prevented, the changes are counteracted by feeding these dietary bioactives, which traverse blood-brain barrier. But the way it acts on the signaling pathway is, this is where the diversification occurs. So you have quercetin, naringenin, berberine increasing IRS1, but on the other hand, you have bioactives such as quercetin increasing PI3K and AKT, but not with respect to berberine. So this shows that the bioactives which we use has a different tendency, and this is the case with the brain. So the same bioactives can act very differentially in organs such as kidney or liver. So that is the reason why before going in for formulation of functional food, it is imperative that the mechanism of action of these bioactives are looked into, so that functional food with a proper perspective could be formulated. So this was been published in BMP. And I would like to acknowledge CSIR, DST, ICMR in the form of funding and fellowship to my students. I would like to acknowledge my students Sandeep, Bignan, and Shrikant, who has carried out this part of the work. Thank you all for the very patient hearing. And I would like to acknowledge CSIR, DST, ICMR in the form of funding and fellowship to my students. I would like to acknowledge my students Sandeep, Bignan, and Shrikant, who has carried out this part of the work. Thank you all for the very patient hearing.
Thank you, Madam Nandini, for a very illustrious lecture. You have explained very well on the mechanism of action of many dietary bioactives, how to reduce the complications of diabetes. Now we have Dr. Naidu, Dr. Madhav Naidu, Chief Scientist and Head of the Department of Spice and Flavor Sciences, CSCR, CFTRI with us. He will be speaking on Indian paprika, a potential source of carotenoids. A brief on Dr. Madhav Naidu. He is the Secretary for CFTRI Educated Society 2017 to 2022. He is life member of Indian Society for Plantation Crops. He is life member of Indian Society for Spices, ICR, Indian Institute of Spices, Calicut, Kerala. He is life member of AFSCI. He is a board member of Spice Board, Kochi, Kerala. Board member of Coffee Board. He is a member of Codex Committee for Spice and Culinary Herbs from 2015 onwards. He is a member of BAS Committee for Spice and Culinary Herbs from 2015 onwards. He is a member of, he is an editorial member of JFST, Springer Journals, editorial board member of for Research and Review, Indian Journal of Science and Technology. He is also the fellow of Indian Society of Plantation Crops, highest external cash flow generator award he has received in 2018 from CSIR, CFTRI. He also received Best Technology Transferred Award for the year 2016-2017. He has received Amulya Award 2012 for patent entitled A Process for Debited Refined Endosperm Meal from Karnataka State Innovation Council and Department of Industries and Commerce. Best Scientific and Technical Contribution Individual Award also he has received in 2010-11 from CFTRI, which was an annual award. And he is also a recipient of DPT National Association 1993-94. Regarding invited talks in conferences, he has more than 50. He has published 75 papers, more than that. Book chapters, he has got one book. He has got one book and 10 book chapters. And he has got a patent and 15 patents. And he has filed 6 patents. And regarding technology developed, he has more than 25 technologies developed, and most of them are transferred to small and medium scale industries. Students are awarded for PhD 3, 2 are ongoing, and he has also guided more than 50 MSc, MTech or BTech students. His area of specialization is natural products, food chemistry, bioactives, and nutraceuticals. Thank you. Over to Dr. Madhav Naidu, CSC and CFTRH, Chief Scientist, for his talk on Indian paprika, a potential source of carotenoids. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for nice introduction. My topic is Indian paprika, a potential source of carotenoids. So this, I'll give a brief introduction about the carotenoids, where it is available, how will it work, what is the biosynthetic pathway, and then where it is occur in plant sources or animal sources, which this thing, and chili processing, particularly Indian paprika, value addition, scope in a global scenario, and conclusion. With this, next 10 to 15 minutes, I will introduce this, I will talk about this carotenoids. These carotenoids are naturally occurring in the various forms as pigments found in plants, microalgae, bacteria, and few species of fungi and aphids. These carotenoids are 40 carbon molecules with conjugated double bonds. Based on their structures, they are classified as a beta-carotene, carotenes, and xanthophylls, whereas carotenes containing carbon and hydrogen atoms, and xanthophylls contains carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen also. So this, which generally it is a lipophilic compounds and usually from hydrophobic bacilli. So the carotenoids participate in photosynthesis, photomorphogenesis, photoprotection, and development process in plants. They also serve as a precursors for the biosynthetic of two kinds of plant hormones and a diverse set of apocarotenoids. Animals cannot synthesize the carotenoids, but they can get from the different foods as a source of antioxidants and provitamins. This carotenoids biosynthesis, if you look, the first step carotenoid biosynthesis for seeing the condensation of two molecules of GGPP to produce the phytene, and successively steps of isomerization and desaturation to carry out the various enzymes involved, and ultimately rise the formation of all-trans lycopene. This all-trans lycopene is again two branches. All-trans lycopene can undergo cyclization by lycopene silage to produce a beta-carotene, or can be substance of the beta-lycopene enzyme to form a beta-carotene or alpha-carotene. These carotenoids can either hydroxylated and xanthophylls such as lutein, other zeaxanthin, anthroxanthin, and viaxanthin, among others, are produced. This chili, Indian paprika, is having a good carotenoids. So we can see this chili pepper, genus capsicum family, the Solanaceae, in an important cultivated spice crop. During 2018, 4.8 million tons of dry chilies, 36.8 million tons of green chilies produced in the worldwide. In India, is the production about the 2 million tons. Here, we don't have much data on green chilies because this is as a vegetable is consumed. So this spice capsicum genus comprises 38 species, 38 different species. Out of this 5 species, you can see here these photographs. And then this chili pepper carotenoids. Fruits have abundant biochemical and mineral constituents of nutritional value. Additionally, chili peppers are a good source of bioactive compounds, carotenoids, vitamin C and E, phenolic compounds, flavonoids, and capsaicinoids. So these contents of these bioactives can vary considerably depending on the chili pepper cultivar, genotype, and geographical conditions. So these capsicum fruits have been used traditionally as a flavoring agents, appetite stimulators, also for the treatment of multiplying toothpaste, parasitic infections, wound healing, cough, and so on. Moreover, chili peppers also have antiseptic, anti-metastatic, antifungal, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, and immunomodulatory effects, all of which associated with their antioxidant properties. So this is the chili processing part I will cover here mainly. This processing, how industry is rural, industrial area, how people are working, value addition. If you look at this chili from fresh Badigi chili, why we are calling for Indian paprika? So it is having a high color. Generally, this is the production is about Indian production is 20 lakh, out of which we are producing Badigi chili alone is 8 lakh metric tons. Then it is exporting. Out of that, 10% red chili is rejected by exporters, which is worth of 2,000 crores. If you look at the statistics, chili in exports, volume-wise, if you look 40%. If value-wise, if you look, value is 20%. 20% itself is a cost about 8,000 crores. So this is a current practice how people are harvesting indoor heaping and sun drying. It is at 15 to 20 days. It will take time. Several reports are available. This aflatoxins problem, contamination in red chilies. This aflatoxins is the most potent natural hepatocarcinogens. It's produced mostly by Aspergillus flavus and Aspergillus parasiticus. And this is already reports are available even from India also. There is a reports aflatoxins contamination. So we are producing large quantities of chili, more than 20 lakhs tons of chili we are producing. So future trading is going to be tough in view of the stringent regulations imposed by various regulations. This is a FSSI, ASTA, even American Spice, Customs, all. So large quantities when we are producing are spoiled by every year due to the mishandling or unhygienic methods adopted for the harvest, for storage and processing. So India will need to make concerted efforts to produce the hygienic chili and chili products at a competitive price. So India can withstand competition only by making considerable efforts to improve the present post-harvest processing and storage systems, and in educating the chili growers or farmers and traders in hygienic handling of the produce. So here we have taken for example, this is the Badigi chili, which is the one is cost is enormous cost has gone up this current year due to this pandemic. Quintal, this is a 55,000 rupees has gone up this one. This is there is a two quality. One is a carpet red color, that is a top quality carpet red color, and Asta color is the 250 to 270 and 7,000 to 12,000 SHU units. Whereas second grade carpet with orange mix 200 to 210 to 230 Asta color units, and a little bit higher pungency 9,000 to 13,000. This is the one variety popular in Karnataka, that we will call it as a Ballari Badigi also. This Karnataka is the second largest producer of chili with around 12%, next to the Andhra Pradesh, which is around 8 lakh metric tons of this type of chili. And Indian, this paprika is just showing how people will sow. This is a irrigated, it's not irrigated plant, it is a rain-fed crop. In Dharwad and Hubli districts, but when it go to Ballari side, Ballari and all, they are growing as a irrigated crops. And this is the weekly price 2021 latest weekly price. This is a quintal. You can see 33,000 rupees. Even it went to up to 60,000 also this season. And this is the last 2 years. We have comparison here. Price of this thing. Then CSI, as I told you, this hygienic produce is very important. Here CSI, CFTRI has worked out about the production of hygienic dried capsicum from fresh capsicum fruits. So capsicum fruits can be taken up, that red capsicum fruits, grading, separation, and then give the microwave dry, repeated drying cycles with microwave. Then we can get the dried chili, hygienic dried chili. It's faster. You can save the time 15 to 20 days, but even within 15-20 minutes, you can complete the entire 90% moisture too, you can bring down to 10 to 12%. We have data also on this sun-dried and mechanical dried and low humidity, low temperature and low humidity dryer and microwave. We have tested for even cuts also we have tried. Whole sample has given better color. Even if you see the website, the Spices Board website, chili color value, color Asta unit is only 160. But this variety is showing, even that company also is recommending that is a 250 Asta color units. We also have a Asta color 254 Asta color units and lower pungency. And oleoregin also is quite very high. This is locally it is called as a Ballari Badigi. So this is again a microbial load also you can see when go for microbial faster drying, you can see the microbial load is nil. Even this is again after 6 months also storage studies also we have taken out. Based on the studies, one of our engineers has conceptualized this microwave, multi-layered microwave dryer. Just you can dryer the moving only, that is a convenience dryer. You can complete within the fraction of 10 to 15 minutes completion of this drying completely. This drying again here huge another value added products again here. Chili paste, fresh chili capsicum fruits what we have harvested this same this thing. Grading, separation and hot water washing and grinding. Fresh red chili paste you can get, the filling into thermostable pouches and microwave sterilization. We can call it impact sterile chili paste. Impact sterilized chili paste. This can be stored even 1 year. You can store without loss of any color or loss of any nutrients. So this is again we can say that aflatoxin free chili paste. It again where we can see that a lot of chili is used as a value addition. And this is again oleoregins, carotenoids. We are talking about the potential source of carotenoids from the chili. Here this what we have shown this Badigi, Ballari Badigi chili. This variety can get even 5 lakhs color value. Even Asta color units in the oleoregin maybe around 250 to 10 times is multiplied, 2,500 Asta color units you can get. We have technology for this thing. And also spice oils and oleoregins, it fetch higher returns per unit compared to original form. India contributes 80% of the global requirement of oleoregins. That is $3 billion US market. And USA, Canada, Japan, Europe are the major markets. And Indian exporters are synthetic industries, plant lipids, and so on. This around 10 to 12 industries are there. And here scope on the global scenario, if you look, this is the two varieties. One is the high color and other one is the high pungency. This is the Naga chili, you can see right side. And left side is the Badigi chili. This is a highly potential carotenoid source. So if this scope, India produces more than 10 million tons of spices and 180 of these products are exported to more than 150 countries. The spice sector has also been responsible for the rise of 30% when it comes to dollar value. India is the largest producer or exporter of the spices around the world. Spice industry does indeed face few issues such as lack of availability of standardized raw material, marketing issues, negligence of the training of personnel, production of method being unscientific, obtaining the finances is a problem. Now that last point maybe now PMFNA schemes, there is a lot of fund is available to government of India that can be utilized by farmer community. And global seasoning spices market size is valued about $13.77 billion in 2019. And it is expected to grow at a compound annual growth rate of 6.3% from 20 to 27. So there has been many scientific as well as mechanized advancements and developments in this area of the spices, particularly as I shown that microwave drying and mechanization. And also this impact sterile chili paste and so on. This another one is the faster drying by using the dip salt treatment. So these are the mechanized advancements is available. There has also been a change in the dietary patterns around the globe, resulting in greater interest in living healthy with selective foods, particularly in this pandemic situation. Spices have also been classified as a brain food, which increases the demand in the market. This shows much hope for the future of the spice industry in India. In conclusion, the presence of these pigments, particularly carotenoids, has a significant impact on human health. From a recent survey, Chile Task Force Committee chaired by Honorable MP GVL Narasimha, and their opinions concerning the loss of yield and quality of the farmer from the farmers, consumers, and industrialists to restore or improve the original quality of Badigi Kaddi or Badigi Dabbi chili cultivars. It is necessary to measure variability, choose the best clients, and purify them. Need of the hour is the required to isolate and identify different carotenoids present in particularly in Badigi chili and evaluate their therapeutic properties and further utilization of this potent molecule in treating various diseases. With this, I will stop here. Thank you. Sir, Anil sir. Sir, we have completed the presentation. Any queries is there? We are can answer also if anything is there. Any questions?
Thank you.
Five. Yeah.
For yesterday's lecture on Indian paprika, a potential source of carotenoids. Sir, I have completed the presentation. Any queries is there? Can answer also if anything is there. Any questions?
Not able to hear that. Not able to hear.
So, sir, we are not able to hear anything. I think there are no questions. Is there any question? I don't think anything I'm hearing.
Yeah, if no question.
All the speakers, Dr. Tirtham Rao, Dr. Madhav Naidu, Engineer Shashi Kumar Sarangam, Dr. Nandini Madam. And I'm extremely happy and grateful to AFSTI for giving this opportunity to chair this session. And also, I also gave a lecture on the requirement of nutraceuticals for Indian Army, soldiers deployed at high altitude. I think we can end the session, and any views to be shared from Dr. Tirtham Rao or Dr. Madhav Naidu, well, you are welcome. On the requirement of nutraceuticals for Indian Army, soldiers deployed at
Thank you, Anil Kumar ji, and thank you very much for the coordinator as well as the other presenter, Nandini ji, and presenter for a very excellent presentation. I'm so excited about the omega oils and all oils and also the carotenoids and especially the mechanism of action explained by the Nandini madam. So exciting, and so I think we can have a fruitful collaboration in future as well. And thanks once again for all your cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we can close now.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I mean, I think your laptop speaker should be off. Laptop speaker you off, otherwise that echo is there. Double sound is there.
No, sir, they have not connected.
Why we are engineering two words, two sets?
Sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Session number 8, oral presentation, which was sponsored by Suhana Praveen Masale, chaired by Dr. Nilesh Amritkar. It is my proud privilege to introduce Dr. Nilesh Amritkar, PhD in microbiology from University Department of Chemical Technology, now known as ICT Mumbai Institute of Chemical Technology. He is currently the MD for EnviroCare Labs. He is working in the field of testing, inspection, and certification of food, environment, pharma, and consumer products. He is instrumental in getting the lab accredited with all recognized bodies, including NABL, and approved by regulatory bodies such as MOEF, MOFPI, FSSI, FDA, BIS, EIC, APIDA, MARC, GAFTA UK. He has many publications, both national and international, of various scientific bodies like FSSI, FDA, BIS. His program in charge for the on postgraduate diploma in food safety and quality management. He has various awards to his credit, to name few. Coach Order of Merit Award 2015, Young SME Value Creator Award 2018, Outstanding Entrepreneur Award 2019, and many more. With this small introduction, I welcome our chairperson, Dr. Nilesh Amritkar, EnviroCare, for this session. Over to you, sir. Totally, we have 4 speakers. One by one, we'll start introducing and calling. I hope all the 4 speakers are ready with their presentations.
Thank you, sir, Dr. Naveen, for the introduction. And on behalf of the organizing committee of ICFOST, AFSTI, I would like to formally thank the participants who have been selected over here to present their research work, and I wish all of them a very best. Dr. Naveen is the co-chair and my colleague at the headquarters. He's the treasurer for last 2 years at AFSTI headquarters and has been very instrumental in seeing the organization of this grand ICFOST, 20th ICFOST. I think there is a echo coming in. Yeah, okay. Dr. Naveen Shivanna is scientist, a very senior scientist at DFRL Mysore, and he is a PhD in food biochemistry and has more than 50 research publications to his credit, and has been guiding many students in the development of food sciences and food biochemistry. So we all, both of us, look forward to the presentations from, we have Seema, we have Veena, we have Ashwini, and we have Neera, Dr. Neera over here. And I think there's one more in this session. There are 4 speakers, right, who have been shortlisted. So Mrs. Seema, Dr. Neera, Ms. Ashwini, and Ms. Fareen Sayyad. So all have joined.
Fareen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
We have joined.
Perfect. So I think we should start, Dr. Naveen.
Start. I first introduce Seema Dolan from Department of Biochemistry, CSIR CFTRI Mysuru, and she will be talking on her research work on characterization and formulation of phytochemicals for efficient transdermal delivery in the management of obesity. With this brief introduction, I will just request Seema Madam to go ahead with her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for introducing me. Myself, Seema Mudhol. Hello, everyone. And I am from CSIR CFTRI Mysore. I am a PhD scholar under ACSIR Ghaziabad, India. And my presentation topic is characterization and formulation of phytochemicals for efficient transdermal delivery in the management of obesity. So let me explain briefly. Characterization is nothing but we are extracting the phytochemicals and formulating into the nanoformulations, and again we are formulating the nanoformulations into microneedle patches for transdermal delivery. This is the brief explanation of the topic. So coming to the short introduction, now recent update by WHO is like in 2019, nearly 2 billion adults are obese. So which was 904 million people in 2008, and it has increased triple or double, we can say. And world is getting fatter every day. So how we can prevent or manage this obesity by following the ABC rule. So what is ABC? A is adopt the new healthy habits, that is using the bicycle or bike instead of car driving, and using the healthy diet instead of the junk or fast food, and daily practicing the physical exercises like swimming or cycling instead of sitting at home and that is watching TV. And next we have some associated diseases with obesity, like we have arthritis, cancer, and infertility problems, heart diseases, and so on. So coming to the aims to overcome this problem, and we have framed some aims, that is extraction of phytochemicals, curcumin, capsaicin, and piperine from natural fruit spices, and designing these phytochemicals into nanoformulations and converting this into microneedle patches for transdermal delivery. Coming to the methodology part, here we have an extraction of phytochemicals, that is curcumin, capsaicin, and piperine from natural food sources. Here we are using yellow rhizomes of Curcuma longa and fresh dried sample of Piper longum and Capsicum annum for extraction purpose. So 20 grams of these powdered samples were placed in a thimble, and this is extracted with the acetone by using a Soxhlet apparatus for 8 hours. So after the extraction, these samples were collected, filtered, and further analyzed by HPLC. Next, we have nanoformulation preparation. So here we have a brief explanation about the preparation. Here we are using two mixtures, that is a mix A and mix B. So first mix A, we are using the phytochemicals, that is a curcumin, capsaicin and piperine. We are dissolving these phytochemicals separately in a clove oil and vortexing for 15 minutes. This forms our mix A. And second, we are using ethanol, and we are adding 0.5 to 1% weight by volume of PEG 400. And this also we are vortexing for 15 minutes separately. And later we are mixing these two mixtures and again vortexing for 15 minutes to get a homogeneous solution. And this homogeneous solution is titrated against a water, that is a 4:1 ratio with ethanol. For example, if we are taking the ethanol 10 ml and we have to take a water 40 ml in the ratio. And this water, we are using a carrier that is a 2 to 6% weight by volume sodium caseinate under a magnetic stirring. Then after titrating, again we are keeping this magnetic stirring continuously for 30 minutes to form a uniform micellar solution. Then to remove the excess ethanol from the nanoformulation, we are using a flash rotary evaporator and then ultrasonication to get a uniform micellar solutions. And these are our final nanoformulations which we have got from curcumin, capsaicin and piperine. Next, from these nanoformulations, we developed microneedle patches. First, we used this 36 needle cartridge. From this, we prepared the PDMS mold. So PDMS mold was prepared by casting the PDMS, that is a polydimethyl siloxane. This is a elastomer, and we casted on these microneedles and dried at 80 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. Sir?
We are not able to see your slides. Can you properly share your slide?
Yes, sir. Once again, I'll share.
Unshare and you can share the exact presentation what you are doing.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yes,
So
now
are you
it's
able
fine.
to see now?
Yes, it is fine now. You can continue.
Okay, sir. So here we are preparing the PDMS molds by casting the PDMS on microneedles and drying at a temperature of 80 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. After drying, we are getting this type of a PDMS mold. And this PDMS mold was then covered with the 2% PVA solution and dried at 60 degrees Celsius for 1 hour to form a non-binding layer between PDMS and PVA microneedle patches. After this, we are pouring the mixture of this PVA solution and hyaluronic acid and our nanoformulation upon this mold to get desired microneedle patches. And these are our final microneedle patches which we got from curcumin, capsaicin and piperine nanoformulations. And coming to the results, from the extraction part, we have the extraction or yield of the curcumin, piperine and capsaicin in the grams. So which shows concentration was attained maximum at 4 hours, and the HPLC analysis of the standard polyphenols we have run, and with respect to that we have run our nanoformulations, that is curcumin, capsaicin and piperine. Sorry, not a nanoformulation, these are the extracted phytochemicals, and we have got the nice peaks and with the purity. Then coming to the stability of these nanoformulations with respect to temperature and time. So we have maintained these nanoformulations at 2 temperatures, that is a 25 degrees Celsius room temperature and 4 degrees Celsius for 30 days. So upon the days are went, so these 25 degrees Celsius maintained samples, they became like phase separation was there. So as we can see these arrow marks, there was a little phase separation compared to 4 degrees Celsius stored samples. Then these nanoformulations were subjected to particle size analysis and zeta potential and XRD analysis. So zeta potential and the particle size analysis showed the particle size of 100 to 250 nanometer and zeta potential was 45 millivolt. And coming to the DSC profiles of these nanoformulations, and these nanoformulations and mixtures of these components used for nanoformulations, and individual components shown their endothermic peaks between 50 degrees Celsius to 300 degrees Celsius. And we also done the in vitro digestion of these nanoformulations. Here we have seen the oral phase and gastric phase and intestinal phase, where the nanoformulations were highly bioaccessible in gastric phase compared to oral phase and intestinal phase. And these nanoformulations, we have done the scanning electron microscopy, and this shows the size of the nanoformulations were spherical, and these confirmed the size that is between 100 to 250 nanometer. We have also done the TEM analysis, that is a transmission electron microscopy, and here also we have confirmed the particle size between 100 to 250 nanometer, and the shape of the particle were spherical. And then coming to the Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, where we can see the bonding of these molecules and seeing this nano formulations. That is the second one here, and fifth one and sixth one. They shown the starting broad stretching of this C double bond H bond, so where it shows the stability of the compound. And coming to the conclusion, in summary, this microneedle approach, it provides a cost-effective and home-based solution to combat obesity and associated diseases. So, which promises the low effective dose and also less side effects, whereby making the many anti-obesity compounds become practically possible. So this transdermal delivery will help the obese population to spend the excess energy by converting this white adipose tissue to brown adipose tissue without much physical exercise and diet restriction. And now in a market, these microneedle patches are useful for immunological administration, disease diagnosis, and also the disease treatment and cosmetic application. So these microneedles are in market already. And this approach we are extending for our obesity management. So this skin patch can melt fat. These are the some articles published recently on this microneedle patch for obesity treatment by other authors. And finally, I want to acknowledge the Indian Council of Medical Research, Government of India, for financial assistance by awarding me a senior research fellowship, and my guide, Dr. S.P. Muthukumar, Senior Principal Scientist, and Department of Biochemistry, CSIR, CFTRI, Mysuru, and ACSIR, Ghaziabad, India. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Seema, for a wonderful presentation.
Yes,
I just want to inquire with Dr. Naveen. Sir, how much time do we have for each of the presenter?
10 minutes, sir.
Sorry?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay. So I think you have been within the time, and question and answers we will be asking now, Dr. Naveen.
Yes, sir, you can ask.
Yeah. So my question to Seema madam is,
yes, sir,
that you have done this thermal patch, dermal patch. Okay. What is the cost effectiveness of this dermal patch? Do you have any economic study done on the tablets that are available as anti-obesity tablet vis-a-vis the patch that you have made?
Yes, sir. This economic, this will be very less compared to the tablets, because one tablet it is costing nearly like 30 or 40 rupees now, whatever marketing tablets are there. And this microneedle patches, what we are getting, it is like 20 rupees and 30 rupees, and we are not using regularly these patches. Once it is applied, it is a sustained or controlled release, and we can use twice a week or thrice in 2 weeks. So it will be very cost effective, sir, as we have to take tablets regularly, and this we cannot take regularly.
Okay. So I would have loved to see one slide on the economic viability of the research that you have done. And probably that would be for all the other participants also, because at the end of the day, whatever research we do definitely needs to be scalable or should be converted into a product which could be utilized by the masses. So I think a very good work done, Seema.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very
sir.
much.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much. So Dr. Naveen, maybe you can ask.
No, sir. Thank you, Seema madam.
Thank you, sir.
Now I request the next speaker, Dr. Neera. Let me introduce Dr. Neera. Dr. Neera, recently she has completed her PhD in microbiology from Bharatiya University. Presently, she is working in Department of Freeze Drying and Animal Products at DRDO DFRL Mysuru. And she will be talking today on the topic for research work. Her research work on antifungal and antimycotoxigenic potential of L. plantarium against T2 and Xerilinone producing Fusarium species. Neera madam, I request you to take over and share the slides and go ahead. Thank you, madam.
One moment, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Okay. Respected chair, co-chair, participants and dear audience, very good evening to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank AFSTI for giving me an opportunity to present my work on antifungal and antimycotoxigenic potential of L. plantarum against T2 and Xerilinone producing Fusarium species. So first of all, we
Dr.
will see
Neera,
what are the...
Dr.
Sir?
Neera, can you please zoom in your presentation so that the slide is visible? It is appearing too small.
Appearing small. 1 minute, sir.
You can directly do it down below the, I think she has left the, yeah. Dr. Neera, it is directly on the right hand side of your corner, below corner. You can increase the zoom size.
Is it okay, sir?
Okay, fine.
Fine. Okay.
Thank you.
Is it seen, sir?
Yes, yes, yes. Please go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, we will see what are the mycotoxins. So mycotoxins are actually secondary fungal metabolites that are harmful to the health of animals as well as the human beings. So the molecular weight of these mycotoxins are from 50 to 500 daltons, and food safety becomes a major concern because of the food contamination problems with these mycotoxins. And according to Food and Agriculture Organization, a quarter of the world's agricultural produce is contaminated with these mycotoxins. And the major mycotoxin producing genera of fungi are Aspergillus, Penicillium, and Fusarium. Aspergillus produces aflatoxins, Penicillium which produces ochratoxins and citronine, and Fusarium produces mostly trichothecins, that is T2 toxin, DON, nivalenol, and Xerilinone. So I will be focusing mostly on the T2 and Xerilinone toxin because these are the two potent Fusarium toxins and which affect the crops and what we are consuming regularly. So this T2 toxin is being produced by Fusarium sporotrichoides, Fusarium acuminatum, and Fusarium poi. And the crops which are affected are wheat, maize, rice, and millets. And these toxins are very stable and they are not degraded during storage, milling, and cooking. And they are potentially viable biological warfare agents also. And they can enter the body via food, water, or inhalation sources. And it inhibits the DNA and RNA and protein synthesis. And it causes acute toxic symptoms, including vomiting, diarrhea, skin irritation, itching, rash, blisters, bleeding, etc. and zearalenone, which is produced by mostly Fusarium graminearum, and this mimics the estrogen of our body. So this is a non-steroid estrogen in nature, and the crops which is mainly affected by Fusarium graminearum are maize, wheat, barley, and it causes with the problems with the fertility and reproduction. So these are the some of the photographs which shows the head blight of wheat. This is the head blight of paddy, and this is the Gibberella ear rot in maize. So our food grains can get contaminated during pre-harvest, during harvest, or after the post-harvest, based on the biological or intrinsic chemical or environmental factors. These crops may get infected with the mycotoxigenic fungi, and during storage and distribution, it can reach to the animals, and from animals and animal products, and directly from the food grains, it can reach to human beings and cause several issues in the human health. So we have tried to isolate some of the lactic acid bacteria which are antifungal in nature, and thus it may restrict the growth of the fungus and help to prevent the formation of mycotoxins, and can be used in the food for the control of this mycotoxins. So why lactic acid bacteria? Lactic acid bacteria are green preservatives, and this has the ability to inhibit the fungal growth and also act as a biocontrol agent. This lactic acid bacteria are generally recognized as safe, and it has a safe history of consumption through probiotics for a longer period of time. So since long time of history is there, so it is safe to consume.
The
so,
slide is
we
not
have,
moving. Dr. Neera, the slides are not moving. You speak with respect to the slides that you have made.
Yeah, I'm trying to move the slides. Is this moving, sir? No?
No, it's not moving.
Okay.
So just click on the, now it is going to move. Right.
Right.
So
Okay.
just come to the slide where you were discussing right now.
Right, sir.
Yeah.
So there is a safe history of consumption of these probiotics for a long time, and this lactic acid bacteria are known to produce several of the antifungal compounds, that is fatty acids, organic acids, cyclic dipeptides, deuterine, and carboxylic acids, etc. So what we have done in our lab is that we have isolated antifungal lactic acid bacteria, and these samples were obtained from the yogurt and jackfruit samples, and we got 15 isolates. And from the 15 isolates, we came down to 3 isolates which were showing potent antifungal activities. And for further studies, we have selected Lactobacillus plantarum, DFRN2, and these sequences were submitted in the gene bank with the accession number MT882202. And this culture was further used for our studies. So first of all, we check the biochemical profile of this lactic acid bacteria, that is L. plantarum, and it was negative for xylitol, ramenose, and malonate, etc. And further, it was characterized using the molecular method, that is ribotyping, and the phylogenetic analysis was done for this lactic acid bacteria for 3 isolates, that is Lactobacillus plantarum, Lactobacillus brevis, and Enterococcus faecium. Further, we checked what is the maximum yield of this antifungal compound during this growth curve. So we found that the maximum yield of this antifungal metabolite was found around the late logarithmic phase. So we have to culture this microorganism till late logarithmic phase to extract the antifungal metabolites. So we also screened the L. plantarum culture for the probiotic potential. For any culture to be having the probiotic potential, it should be viable in the low pH, in the bile salt, and in presence of pepsine. So our culture showed a satisfactory level of viability from 4 to 8 log CFU per ml in the pH values between 2 and 4, and it exhibited a strong tolerance to bile salt, and this result clearly indicated that the strain is likely to survive throughout the gastrointestinal tract and can be claimed as a potential probiotic culture. So further, we have extracted the antifungal metabolites from the culture fluid supernatant using the ethyl acetate method, and we have checked the activity against F. sporotrichoides and F. graminearum, which produces the T2 and zearalenone toxin. So there was an 8-fold increase in the activity against F. graminearum and 16-fold increase in the activity against F. sporotrichoides as compared to the culture fluid supernatant. So after extraction with the ethyl acetate, there was an increase in the activity. So further, we tried to purify this crude extract using preparative silica gel TLC, and we checked the antifungal activity again after the purification, and we found the zone of inhibition on the TLC plate itself. This is called a bioautography method, and using the PDA soft agar overlaying method, we have done this. And the TLC, the zone of inhibition, the portion which shows the zone of inhibition, these were extracted again with ethyl acetate, and it was analyzed using GCMS. In this bioactive compounds, which was analyzed using GCMS, we found 6 major peaks in the GCMS, and these were further identified, and we found the 6 abundant compounds as fatty acids and cyclic dipeptides, and this compound number 6, L-prolinamide, 5-oxo, L-prolyl, L-phenylalanine, 4-hydroxy. This compound has been reported for the first time from the L-plantarum isolate. So we also checked whether this lactic acid bacteria, what is the effect of this lactic acid bacteria on the fusarium biomass inhibition and this effect on the toxin production. So we have added the various concentrations of the culture fluid supernatant in the spore culture of F. sporotrichoides as well as F. graminearum, and we found there was a positive correlation between the fungal biomass and toxin production. Means with the reduction of this biomass of mycelium, there was a reduction in the toxin concentration. So further, we have checked the Conidia germination inhibition using the Lactobacillus plantarum isolate as well as its culture fluid supernatant, and we found that there in the control sample there was a germ tube initiation after 4 hours only, but in the case it was treated with the lactic acid bacteria. This lactic acid bacteria surrounded the spores and inhibited the formation of the germ tubes. Whereas in the case of the spores which were treated with the culture fluid supernatant, there was a degradation of the spores. So this lactic acid bacteria isolate as well as culture fluid supernatant controlled the Conidia germination, and it inhibited the Conidia germination up to 80% after 24 hours of incubation. So we also checked what is the effect of this lactic acid bacteria and its culture fluid supernatant on the mycelium structure and the spore structure. So this is the control mycelium, and we saw that the control mycelium was having a turgid
We have
and
crossed the time, Dr. Neera.
Sir?
Dr. Neera, we have crossed the 10
Yes,
minutes time. So if you can quickly go through.
Right, sir. Actually, and after the treatment with the culture fluid supernatant, there was a distortion in the mycelium with the lactic acid bacteria also, and there was a distortion in the chlamydospore. Further, we checked the application of this lactic acid bacteria as a biocontrol agent, and we found that the maize kernels which were treated with the culture fluid supernatant, there was no fusarium growth after 5 days, but the untreated sample was having a growth only after 3 days. So this lactic acid bacteria can be used as a biocontrol agent also. And we also checked the decontamination potential of this lactic acid bacteria, and we found that this lactic acid bacteria has a potential to absorb the T2 toxin as well as Zearalenone toxin from the MRS medium up to 85% for T2 and 77% for Zearalenone. So it can be effectively used for the decontamination of the foodstuffs. So we conclude that this lactic acid bacteria plays an important role in controlling the fungal growth and mycotoxin production, and in turn enhance the safety, shelf life, and quality of the food and agriculture products. This lactic acid bacteria and its bioactive metabolites can be used as a potential biocontrol agent, and this non-pathogenic microorganism, this probiotics in particular, promises a very innovative way of achieving mycotoxin detoxification as future prospects. Thank you so much.
Very good, Dr. Neera. My question to you, just one question.
Sir?
What is the delivery mechanism of the work that you have done, the metabolite from the lactobacillus that you have identified? How would you deliver it to the food ecosystem to control the fusarium toxins?
this has to be purified and added to the food sample, sir.
So if
Where
it is
we
added,
want to control the. Sir.
Okay, go ahead.
We have to control the fungal growth. So we have to purify this bioactive compounds and we have to add it in the foodstuff itself.
So if you are adding it to the food stuff, will it be okay if we ingest it afterwards? Because that food is going to be eaten, right? So
Right,
it will
sir.
go.
Because this lactic acid bacteria, we have a history of consumption of this lactic acid bacteria for a long time. So
No, but then
there is no problem.
Here we are not consuming the lactic acid bacteria. We are consuming the metabolite of that lactic acid bacteria, and at what concentrations that purified metabolite would be going into your gut. So maybe you can go do this research as an extension of your work, that what would be the delivery mechanism at what concentrations and how it will affect the gut or the person who is eating it. Because if you have to add this in your food, it needs to be approved under the FSSAI food additives part.
So this lactic acid bacteria is generally recognized as safe, and this cyclic dipeptides, it will be degraded in our stomach because of this pH of the stomach. pH of the stomach is 2, there it gets degraded actually. So there is no negative health effect of this metabolites of lactic acid bacteria as such.
Okay, fine. But you are aware that there is a specification called as Appendix A, wherein it gives the specification what food additives can be added in your food. Though it gets degraded, not degraded is a different thing. But then whether that molecule that you are going to add in your food needs to be already certified that it can be added. If not, you will have to provide the details.
Certified, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Neera.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
So, Dr. Naveen? I think Dr. Naveen is there. If he's not there, I think he's calling. Just a minute. Hello? Oh, you have lost the link. Okay. Okay, fine. Fine. Maybe you can just try to log in again. I will try with the third speaker. The second session is over. Yeah? Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So, Vaishnavi from Bodhankar Events, if you are there, or Ashwini, please connect with Dr. Naveen. He is not able to connect back again into the link.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Ashwini.
So can I share the screen?
Yeah, so now the third speaker presenter is who? Veena?
Myself, sir. Myself, Ashwini.
Acha, Ashwini. Okay, sorry. I thought that you are from Bodhankar Event, so I took your name. I think Veena is from Bodhankar Events and Vaishnavi is from Bodhankar Event. Yeah.
Yes,
so the IT team, can you please connect with Dr. Naveen in the meantime? Yeah, okay. So I think Ashwini, let's go ahead with your presentation. You have 10 minutes. Your time starts now.
Are my slides seen, sir?
Yeah. Please put into the presentation mode.
Is it fine now, sir? Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. First, good evening all. I'm Ashwini, pursuing PhD under Dr. Mukesh Kapoor in the Department of Protein Chemistry and Technology, CSIR, CFTR in Mysore. First, I would like to thank for giving me the opportunity to present my research work. My oral presentation is about the findings of non-enzymatically hydrolyzed fenugreek gum, which is structurally characterized, and also physicochemical and rheological properties are also being studied, and it is further used in food application. So mannans represent the most abundant hemicellulose in softwoods, and they are and are specialized structures like plant seeds. They perform a variety of functions in plants, like acting as storage polysaccharides, especially in endosperms or vacuoles of different seeds and vegetative tissues. Currently, there is a great deal of interest in mannan-based polysaccharides as they provide multifaceted benefits like immunopharmacological, therapeutic, biomedical, and prebiotic properties, which find usage in food and pharmaceutical sectors. Mannans are composed of mannose sugars, wherein the backbone is connected by beta-1,4 linkages. On the basis of structural polymorphism, mannans have been classified in 4 subfamilies like linear mannan, glucomannan, galactomannan, and galactoglucomannan. Linear mannan is composed of beta-1,4 linkages made up of mannose sugar residues, while glucomannan has beta-1,4 linked mannose backbone, and it is intermixed with glucose units. Coming to galactomannan and galactoglucomannan, the backbone of linear mannan and glucomannan is substituted with 1,6 galactose units in galactomannan and galactoglucomannan respectively. Our present study deals with structural and physicochemical characterization of partially hydrolyzed fenugreek gum prepared non-enzymatically and its application as a fat substituent in cocoa-based bread. So why fenugreek gum? By and large, India is the largest producer of fenugreek. Fenugreek gum is a potential dietary galactomannan, which is widely used in industries as thickeners, stabilizers, emulsifiers, and fat replacer, where the seeds of fenugreek spice have been has medicinal properties such as a hypercholesterolemic and antibacterial property and anti-diabetic potential and also anti-cancer properties. These beneficial physiological effects, including the anti-diabetic and the hypercholesterolemic effects of fenugreek, are mainly attributable to the intrinsic dietary fiber constituent, which have promising nutraceutical values. The fenugreek is known for its fiber, gum, and also other chemical constituents, and it also has other volatile contents. The dietary fiber of fenugreek seed is about 25%, which changes the texture of food when added to it. So these days, these fenugreek gum are used as stabilizers, emulsifiers, and adhesives, and also as a fat replacers due to its protein and gum content. However, its high viscosity restricts its usage in food products as prebiotic and dietary fiber. So the need for partially hydrolysis is like using industrially amenable techniques like steam hydrolysis and ultrasonication. These may help in reducing its viscosity, and in overall, it improves its applicability in food application. So looking on the methodology, initially the fenugreek gum dispersion is made, which is of 0.5% weight by volume. And this fenugreek dispersion is subjected to 2 stages of depolymerization, where the first is through steam hydrolysis, followed by second depolymerization by ultrasonication at 60 degrees, after which the unhydrolyzed fractions were removed and the supernatant was concentrated by freeze drying method to yield a dry fraction that results in PHFG, which looks like this. This PHFG was subjected for physical characterization and analyzed for rheological and physicochemical properties. The resulting PHFG, which has a decreased degree of polymerization, that is DP number given over here 782, was successfully added as a fat substituent in cocoa-based bread. The functional groups of hydrated FG and PHFG, that is fenugreek gum and partially hydrolyzed fenugreek gum, were analyzed using FTI spectra. The broad trough at a 3,330 centimeter denotes the OH stretching vibrations in the polysaccharides. The peak at approximately 1,635 centimeter in PHFG and FG was due to the associated water molecule, whereas the transmittance peak at 927 centimeter can be ascribed to the beta-1,4 linkages present between the mannose residues. Overall, the FDI studies confirmed that non-enzymatic depolymerization did not lead to any structural changes or alterations in the functional groups of fenugreek gum. Coming to the rheological properties of FG and PHFG, this graph depicts the measurement of intrinsic viscosity at different concentrations of FG and PHFG done by using Oswald viscometer. The non-enzymatic hydrolysis of FG resulted in decrease in the intrinsic viscosity from 4.4 to 3.6 deciliters per gram. Thus, the two stages of non-enzymatic hydrolysis of susceptible glycosidic linkages between adjacent mannose residues in soluble fractions of fenugreek gum led to reduction in the chain length of FG, which eventually led to lower value of intrinsic viscosity of PHFG. This is the rheological parameters. The rheological parameters of PHFG and FG dispersions were studied by analyzing the shear stress properties. The x-axis in this graph denotes the shear rate and the y-axis is the shear stress. The fenugreek gum showed a decrease in the apparent viscosity. The red denotes the apparent viscosity. So the fenugreek gum showed a decrease in the apparent viscosity with increase in shear rate. This was due to the alignment of molecules in the direction of flow and also the dominance of disruption over the formation of new entanglements with increase in shear rate. Herschel-Bulkley model was found to fit well for FG solution as indicated by the high regression coefficient, that is 0.9. The fenugreek gum solution exhibited a typical shear thinning behavior by showing a flow behavior index of 0.86 written over here, which corresponds to the non-Newtonian fluids. The stress strain flow curve for PHFG was also fitted into Herschel-Bulkley model, showing regression coefficient of 0.8. The PHFG exhibited shear thickening behavior by showing a flow behavior index of 1.044, corresponding to Newtonian fluid. Thus, the non-enzymatic hydrolysis of FG caused a change from non-Newtonian and shear thinning behavior to Newtonian and shear thickening behavior. On the basis of these results, it can be concluded that non-enzymatic hydrolysis methods lead to limited depolymerization, whereas the exhaustive depolymerization of fenugreek gum, which can be done by enzymatic hydrolysis method, may not provide the desirable techno-functional properties like viscoelastic behavior, which is present in galactomannan, which are more efficient for usage in food products. In order to understand the impact of non-enzymatic hydrolysis on the consistency of PHFG as a fluid system, consistency index was also been analyzed. The consistency index was markedly reduced to 4.2 megapascal. The PHFG also exhibited significantly reduced apparent viscosity of 5.349 from 33.34, which is of fenugreek gum. The yield stress for PHFG had a lower magnitude in comparison to fenugreek gum, indicating lower level of insoluble fractions present in it. The average degree of polymerization, which is the ratio of a molecular weight of polymer and molecular weight of monomer, also witnessed the decrease from DP number from 1008 to 782.
So 10 minutes are over.
Sir, only 2 more slides, sir.
Okay, fine.
The color measurements for PHFG was done, where the chroma and white index value was found to be 10.9 and 88.3 respectively. Moving to proximate analysis, PHFG had 94.2% of total dietary fiber content, whereas the moisture, ash, and protein content are 12, 5.2, and 7.9 respectively. The resulting PHFG was used as a fat replacer in cocoa-based bread. The ingredients used are shown in the table. We were able to replace 50% of fat by 1% and 2% of PHFG, that is weight by volume percentage. The storage studies for 30 days in 4 degrees Celsius has shown no phase separation in PHFG added cocoa-based bread. Further, we are investigating the impact of PHFG addition on the texture, color, and rheological properties of low-fat cocoa-based bread, and the results will be analyzed further. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you, Ashwini, for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you,
and any questions, Dr. Naveen, from your side? You're muted.
No, sir, you can go ahead with your questions.
Okay. No, not much questions for Ashwini from my side.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for providing this opportunity.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
So I think we can move towards the last presenter, Farin Syed.
Yes, sir. Just a
Farin Syed is from Department of Dairy Chemistry, ICR, NDRI Karnal, and her topic is development and validation of paper-based strip method for the detection of formalin in milk. Farin, you can go ahead, please.
Sure, sir. Just a second.
Farin, you can share your screen with the presentation that you
Yes,
have
sir.
made.
Yes, sir. I'm trying.
Yeah, and then you will be having 10 minutes once you bring your presentation on the screen.
Sure, sir.
Recording in progress.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. You can share your slides and start.
Sure, sir. Sir, is it visible? Hello.
We are not able to see your slides.
Have you shared the screen?
Share screen. Yes, yes. Go to share screen.
Sir, is it showing?
Seeing you.
No.
Hello.
Screen your presentation. Then
You have to open your file in the laptop or computer. Share screen.
Yes, sir. Sir, it's not sharing. Yes. Okay.
only for one participant can share at a time.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, it is.
Can you make it bigger?
So, good evening, everyone. Hope you are doing well. First of all, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share my research work. So, as we know, the milk and milk products have the important source of nutrients for the humans. The safety of milk has always been questioned owing to the reports of the adulteration. So formalin is one of such adulterant which is being added to milk to prolong its shelf life. So several incidences of formalin adulteration have been reported continuously in the newspaper and research articles. So, by keeping it in mind, we have planned this work and conducted conducted the development and validation of liquid and paper-based strip method for the rapid detection of formalin in milk using 4 different plans, that is plan A, B, C, and D, and we have analyzed their response time, limit of detection, repeatability, reproducibility, false positive, false negative, and shelf life study. So plan A were conducted using acetic acid ammonium sulfate buffer solution. So this plan A is based on the chemistry that formalin react with acetyl acetone in the presence of ammonium compound, and which form 3,5-diacetyl 1,4-dihydrolithium compound, which is yellow color compound. So we observed that the formalin adulterated milk gives yellow in color, whereas controlled milk sample remains same, that is colorless. And we observed the limit of detection of this method was 0.05%. And then we transfer it into the paper-based strip. So the strip has been prepared like the mixture of reagent we are taken in the clean dry petri plate, and the piece of paper were deep it into the 5 minutes. So and after that we kept it into the incubator at 30 degrees centigrade for 2 hours to keep it dry. So after that, it is pasted it in adhesive paper, which is non-reactive, and then cut it into the small strips and packed it into the plastic bottle and kept it into the 2 temperatures. First is refrigeration temperature at that is at 4 degrees centigrade, and then ambient temperature that is at room temperature between 30 to 37 degrees centigrade. So then we observed that the formalin adulterated strip gives yellow in color, whereas the control milk sample remain colorless. And the observed LOD of this method is 0.05%. And further, we have checked their interference study. So for that, we have adulterated the common adulterants like sugars, neutralizers, and various type of adulterants like sucrose, glucose, maltodextrin, NaOH, sodium bicarbonate, and in 0.4% formalin adulterated milk. And as you can see in this figure F in plan A, there was no change in the positive sample, like yellow color it remained the same. So it indicates that this strip has been used to detect the formalin in milk in presence of other adulterant also. And further, we have checked there is a check in the there is a difference in any pH change. So for that also we have taken the milk, which is 0.4% formalin adulterated milk, and the pH were adjusted using 0.1 normal HCl and 0.1 normal NaOH. And we observed that there is no change in pH of milk. So this strip can be used in alkaline and acidic milks also. And we have checked their efficacy of the strip in processed milk also. So for that, the formalin adulterated milk we have prepared with different concentration, that is 0.05, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, and 0.4%. And further, we have treated it with in different heat milk. Like different temperature, like boiled temperature, that is 100.15 degrees centigrade. Then the pasteurized temperature, that is 63 degrees centigrade for 30 minutes, and for the sterilized milk, that is 121 degrees centigrade for 15 minutes. So we observed that there is no change in the efficacy of this in processed milk also. And in plan B, we performed the plan B using reagent consists of parallosaline hydrochloride, 1 and 4 molar of hydrochloric acid, and 1 molar of sulfuric acid. And we observed that the positive formalin adulterated milk sample gives slightly pinkish in color, whereas control milk sample remain white. And we observe the LOD of this method is 0.1% in case of liquid milk sample and 0.1% in case of strips in paper-based assay. But this strip has shown the low storage stability. So after 10 days, we observed that we are unable to distinguish between positive and negative sample. So after a number of trials, we have decided to stop further work in case of plan B. And further, the plan C we performed with reagent consisted of sodium sulfide and phenolphthalein solution. And we observed that positive milk sample gives pink in color, whereas control milk sample remain colorless. But and then we transfer it into the strip. So for the strip, we have changed the reagent, means that indicator. Here we have used bromothermal blue reagent. So we have observed that the original strip is yellow in color, and after observing it to the formalin adulterated milk sample, so it gives in greenish in color. It changes to green, and more than 3. If the formalin the concentration is more, so it changes into the blue color. But after conducting the interference study, we observed that this strip has shows it has shown the interference with ammonium salt, hydrogen peroxide, and some neutralizers. So we observe. So after number of trials, we have decided to stop further work for this plan also. And further plan D, we have conducted with the reagent consists of salicylic acid and 4 drops of concentrated sulfuric acid. So we observed that there is we are unable to distinguish between positive and negative sample. And their result we can't this is inappropriate to show that. So coming to the conclusion part is that, so among all the plans, that is plan A, B, C, and D, plan A worked successfully in both in liquid and paper-based assay, and hence was selected. That is formalin adulterated milk samples gave yellow color to the strip, while the normal milk it remained colorless. And the limit of detection of the developed strip was observed to be 0.05% with the response time is 7 to 8 minutes. And we observed the shelf life of the strip were observed to be 6 months at both room and refrigeration temperature. And these strips can be used to both at field and household level to rapidly detect formalin adulteration in milk with greater sensitivity, and hence can contribute in supplying authentic milk to the consumers. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you, madam, for the nice presentation. Sir, are you there? Dr. Nilesh, sir?
Yes, I am very much there. I was just trying to read the presentation of
questions. Sir, it is over to you for questions.
Yeah. So I was just trying to read the presentation slide which Afrin has put across, but I would like to comment here, Afrin, this should not have been the slide, because we were expecting multiple slides where we could go through what your presentation. This is a poster I think you have put across.
Yes, sir. Actually, I applied for poster only. I had slides also, but this is poster. That's why I presented this only.
Okay. So it would have been anyway, no problem. It would have been easier if it would have been slide as what your other colleagues have presented in form of the PowerPoint slides. So
they didn't say you can share, because I have slides where I also have means somewhat problems to explain in these only.
No, okay. So how would you make this paper-based strip commercially available? Did you get my question, Afrin? Your voice has gone. Hello? Yeah, so my question is, how would you make these strips commercially available?
Actually, we already commercialized this, means we have advertised it by first we have developed it as a technology in 50th Institute Technology Management Unit.
Okay, so these are already made available in public domain. As if I have to buy this strip for formalin, I would be able to buy it in the market. From where can I buy this? I want to purchase it tomorrow or day after tomorrow. How would I do it?
You can contact to NDRI.
No, contact to NDRI. Your voice is getting switched off in between. So my question, Afrin, let me put it across to you or stress across to you that if it is commercially available, it should be available across the shop or on line somewhere where I can just purchase it. So because if I have to contact NDRI, it is not possible for me to connect with NDRI and purchase these strips.
Actually, sir, institute is handling this commercialization process. So I think you should contact to there only.
Okay. So are you aware of the process?
Yes, sir. I am.
Okay. The answer should not be yes or no. The answer should be what is that process. But anyway, I think you have not got the question that I am trying to ask you. My point here is, Afrin, that when you are doing any scientific research, you should be able to also answer the commercial questions that are involved in your whatever research you have done. Anyway, so technical question with respect to your work, what is the overall percentage of adulteration in India for formalin? How many number of milk samples are adulterated with formalin?
Actually, sir, means different articles and different reports have given different
latest
percentage.
Report?
Sir, actually, 7.6% of milk is adulterated with formalin to compare with other adulterants.
So, which is this report you are speaking where it says 7.6% of milk samples were found to be adulterated?
It reported in Times of India in March 2020. Not in recent. I haven't, sir.
Afrin, let us align ourselves. Media reports is not what I'm talking about. Since this is a scientific presentation, what is the scientific data? From which data have you took up this particular number? Times of India, of course, is not a scientific report. It's a media.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, different articles have given different reports. Yes, sir. But at this point, I have not remembered exactly. But yeah.
Okay, no problem, Afrin. Please refer to the latest survey that was done by Food Safety and Standards Authority of India on adulteration in milk. It will give you the complete access to the different adulterants in milk. This survey was carried out on 6,000 samples across India in every state, every district of the country. And they have found out certain very good points which states which are the major adulterants in milk. So probably that will give you the answer and make your presentation, your research much more stronger. That's a very recent, just during the lockdown to 2021-2020, this survey was carried out. 2020, in fact, not 21, 2020. So all the best, Afrin. That's it from my side, Dr. Naveen. No more questions from my side.
Event. I hope the whole day it was an good snacks and lunch of various food activities which went on with various scientists and students, including students, which was a gamatic fusion of various PhD students as well as this one. Tomorrow we will be looking forward for the PG and UG students also, who will have a separate student activity session in the session 3. I request everyone to go through these activities and make the event a grand success. I thank our chair, Dr. Nilesh, for chairing this session and evaluating the speakers for their ability to do their oral presentations. They are just finished or doing their PhD in their respective institutions. Thank you, sir. With the small thank you note, you can conclude it and the end of the day.
Yeah, so if I can request all the presenters to please on their videos, and we can have a small photograph of all the people who have presented today. Dr. Neera and Ashwini and Seema. Or Ashwini has already left? Yes. Ashwini is at home. No, Seema is at home. Okay. Ashwini, you are there? Yes, you are also at home. So did you listen to the session by Afrin and Dr. Neera, or you had gone for some tea break or something? Okay. So I hope it was an enlightening session for all of you. It was indeed enlightening for me and Dr. Naveen. And thank you very much for guiding us through your presentations. I wish you all the best. Again, on behalf of the CEC, AFSTI and the ICFOST committee, all the best for your shortlisting for the poster awards. So I will just take one photograph. Yes, thank you for the beautiful smile by all the candidates here. All the best, Dr. Naveen.
Thank you,
sir. Sir, we are here.
Yes. So thank you very much, all of you.